Okay, so for some reason I can't log into my Twitch, whatever, but I see you there, Nightmare. How's it going? So this is a nice little, we give meaning to what St. Valentine always intended by mating strangers on a table on the eve of Valentine's Day here. This is maybe some title I've almost used something similar to before. But yeah, what I want to recap a little bit is the fact that I've made a tremendous amount of progress in the recent couple of weeks. Like I went from 13 something to 15 here. But the problem is that Valentine's Day is useless. Yeah, it kind of is stupid. But the point is that I didn't improve magically. The reason why, and I was already at this rating before, but that's besides the point. Why did I make so much progress? It's just because I played more, and it's because I played off stream, even though I still recorded and whatever, just because I want to have the whole experience on video. The fact of the matter is that it just, whenever I play for an extremely long amount of time, then I always make progress. So it's almost like you could do that forever in an extended sense. Like, I could become a grandmaster, I could do whatever if I just play for an obscenely long amount of time, like every single day, all day. Like, I always do make some form of progress. It just takes so goddamn long. So that's the problem with the game overall. Thanks for the bits again. Okay, so what I really don't like is that I've fallen out of the whole classical loop of how much I like classical, and that's like the only format I really care about normally. You have to not play too fast at the beginning. We're getting sort of a lightweight matchup here, though. I always get nervous about the knight because it's just so annoying, like the way that it just gets bullied around. Like, yes, it's something you can solve and learn how to do, and I probably should, but it just becomes so dumb. Like, I don't like it. In fact, this I don't even know, because this could be a rare case where the knight covers knight is actually good, but then it still gets pinned down. See, the thing is, you normally take here, then take here, but it expects that the pawn is somewhere else, I guess. It's just annoying. Like, look at the ways I have to acquiesce to the knight. It's gonna get pinned down, and that can be a big problem, so I can't simply move it. Then if I go here, it can get attacked by the thing here. If it goes there, again, it can still get pinned. I guess you could do this and then do this, but you just have to go out of your way so much. Like, I still don't even really feel comfortable doing it. It's like doing this is a bad move, and I know it's a bad move, but I guess what you can do is you can do this, but it's so slow. Like, you can accept the fact that, okay, now I'll go here if he pushes it, because I can't take this. It's just like all I'm trying to do is just do the basic safe opening and castle. I'm not trying to do any kind of super aggressive thing. This could be good because you can take, you can really spam people with this. How much progress? Like, I made like what, 200 points of progress in like a couple weeks, which is at least better than normal. So you can do this, because if you do this, no, I don't know. Or no, you can do it. But then see, the fact that the king is there means I still can't do it, because I would have took, okay, I can do it now because he would have took, but then he could have still pinned it down and probably gotten something out of it. He should be giving me at least a simple pawn gain for all that trouble. Don't close your position. Have as much space as needed for your pieces to play. But closed positions are good for knights, and knights are my favorite piece, so of course I should always do that. But no, I've had this tendency to always want to trade off one bishop just because I'm not good enough to use a bishop pair or something of the sort. That's an interesting move for sure, but once again, the knight causing problems. But it doesn't matter if you just go back, because but it puts your knight on pins and needles here where it definitely can't move, or you're just screwed. Okay, let's just focus a little bit here. Like, what could you do, I guess, to solve this otherwise? You could just... That is very dangerous for the long term here. Like, there's going to be no other thing. Like, if I simply move that, I get screwed. You might want to fiend for a trade on the thing a little bit. I don't know. There's no, like, easy, obvious move to make here. Like, I could just develop and ignore it. I don't see a way he can really push it out for the time being. Right, but any move that's going to fuck over the knight is going to destroy me. Now he sort of gives up that initial threat. When I say open position, I mean having the pawn reach the center and the piece not being centered in one space only. Developing always unless you see a tactic. Well, that's the thing. Like, I don't even look for stuff like that is the point. So he would take... There's no other way to cover this, so this is the problem. Oh no, this is actually perfect because it deals with both forms of the threat to the extent that you're going to take at least one of them. So I love that. See, it's sort of a fake fork just for the purpose of trying to trade. So that's my kind of move. Just get rid of it. He takes. I don't have to worry about it. So now I can just try to play on the open file a little bit. I want to kind of get the pawns like this, but it's going to be a little bit weird. Double stack or not. So I can just ignore what he's doing. If he takes, I take. Then he can come back there. It's fine. It's alright. You're still covering that square more than adequately. So it's this knight that's actually going to come in and probably do something to fuck me over. It's always like the X factor that either fucks up a position or helps it. If you took here, he doesn't have to open the king. That's one of my favorite things to always get them to do, even though I'm not really an aggressive type of player. That move I don't understand exactly. So again, we can just trade off everything. Or you know what you could have done? Oh, you could have done something actually pretty good there, I guess. You could have done it in such a way that you took this first. Then if he took, he wouldn't have been able to take. No, but he could, I don't know. There might have been some minor thing there. You still can't give a check. You can take this. And now he's forced to open the king. Right, so he doesn't seem to care too much about that idea. Now he's attacking both of these, which again, the only probable thing you can do here is this. So, I mean, we're in a position where I should be fairly comfortable. But look how fast he's playing for somebody that's like 100 points mismatch, too. Isn't that like a little bit too overconfident? And now even when I win, I'm not going to get a substantial amount of rating either. Here, I'll move the king out so he can't go to any sort of back rank position here. Your pawn should be in the center. Yeah, that's what they say, but it ends up never. Like, I have one pawn in the center and he doesn't, so that in itself should serve as an advantage. I feel like you're winning. Your game looks aesthetic. Well, it's okay. Even though I have double stacked pawns and he... No, I mean, I guess he does now, but... Let's see. I mean, even this, like, shouldn't I be able to win in that? But, like, this is my style of play to a T. I should be able to win at that point, but I'm not good enough to do it, or I'll fuck something up and it'll be a draw. Like, I like when people do play this way, but I have to take a little bit more time. You think about this, that's good. You think about... You have to put the pieces in such a way that his king can't come through them. And I'm always very bad at doing that. Like, his king can come there, but then it can't come there. It can't come there. It goes there. It goes there, but it can't. So at some point, like, this side will be safe on its own, let's say. And so you're more focused on the other... I don't know what the fuck I'm saying, but... Like, somewhere here you have to open something up to be able to take... Right, like, that's a guaranteed cover take. So now this is good because you have a pass pawn with the cover. Something like that. I just don't get it though sometimes. Like, his king is going to run free on one side and it's not going to be good. This is good. You just kind of bully him through. But even that's bad. See, he could have come forward. Whatever. I guess I could have checked or something. I have a pass pawn. He doesn't. You have to be careful how much you want to push this one. Right, like I can't... At some point, just you should win by the attrition of moves, where he's forced to move a pawn when I'm not. I guess. Like, he'll go there, that's good for me. Or maybe it's not. No, he has to do something, whether it be to move the king. That in itself is good, because even if he pursues that... Yeah, I'm kind of overthinking it, but it's okay. Fuck. You get 4 rating for that. Not a very good... Like, as much as you could say that's worth it to do. There was something early on that I wanted to see, though. Like, if I took the knight first, could I have done something better? Take space with your pawns in the endgame. Yeah, it's kind of all the most boring stuff that you have to learn, but once you learn it, I guess it's okay. Oh, it's still what the fuck? Why does it feel so slow, actually? And yeah, my internet wasn't working where I could actually log in either. Like, my bitrate is fine, a whopping 8K just to play chess, but something feels wrong. Or maybe it's the site itself, but it couldn't be because then Twitch wasn't working either. Holy shit. This does something to trigger me with how long it takes. Sure, it's a free site, but still. Whoops. Yeah, we'll be seeing fucking Super Bowl commercials here. That kind of last out for a long time. 25, 91%. What were the two blunders? It was a blunder to take that, but why? Probably just because I had something better, or see, like a move like this is incomprehensible. Like, what are you trying to tell me that's doing? Just the fact that I'm giving up a pawn, but even if he wouldn't do it because what the fuck? Like, why would he? You know, he has to react to that. But no, it's something at the beginning that I'm more interested in when the beginning when we're trading off like our last piece. But if we simply took the thing. But yeah, see, he can do it at any time. Or no, it's like here, right? If you took, it's like theoretically, okay, if you took here, then he takes there, then I could take there. But it doesn't matter because he can just take that first. Like, even if I took, then he takes, then I take, then he can still take. So it doesn't really matter. Discuss the topic. Yeah, I mean, it's not good. I don't know what else to say about it. Like, take space, marvelous game. Yeah, it wasn't really all that impressive. Yeah, this will be like the, as long as I maintain, like I don't want to lose rating when okay, here we go. Perfect even matchup. I could use one of my elitist victim blamer takes, but I won't do that here because that'll get you potentially in trouble. So this still allows you to trade. I don't see how I could have really prevented that, right? Now this was always bad because it prevents you from developing the thing. Like there's something wrong. If you check... I don't know. That's why I hate opening so much. Like, it doesn't matter what you're doing. You don't know what you're doing. This is almost the same position as the last game where he sets us up sort of pinned down to the knight, so I have to figure something better out. It's almost like you should go here and then go here, just in case something fucks up. Right, like you can't move the knight and he's already sort of threatening to do that. But then if I was here and here, then let him take, I take, he takes, I take, he takes, I take. Like it's... There's no easy way to really deal with this. And then I'll make some wild, stupid move like this just to try to push him out, what I call like a cheeky threat on the queen there, just to get it to move. It's not a bad pawn structure with this, but the center pawn gets sort of left out, I guess. I'm trying to play too fast, though, is the problem. So he would take... I would take, he would take, I would still take. There's going to be the emergence of the knight that comes into play here. It is very hard to cover this sometimes, though, if they're doing it that way. Like, yeah, unless I had done that, there's no other way to cover that piece. So weird. What you really got to do is just try to trade stuff off. It's amazing how much these games resemble each other. This is the same way that I got out of it the last time, because you just do sort of the fake fork idea. Unless I'm missing something this time. You can already identify in these two games my style of play. Like that I love to trade, I'll look for stuff like this. This is not a good, objectively positive move that the engine would tell you to do, I'm sure. But it is good for me because this is just what I like to do. And this could be potentially good because there's only so many spaces he can go to that would allow him to... He could take this pawn, like I could take that pawn, that would allow you to... That would allow you to basically be threatening the rook. I'm surprised he didn't actually do that, because that still would have been fine. Something is wrong with this pawn structure to the effect that this is just going to be odd, because if you go here, it doesn't matter. You should almost try to just go with it before he can do anything. But yeah, what if I just do it now? Then the best case, I'll at least trade off, because you know it's just not going to be good. You're secretly distracting me? It's not really distracting me, though. Let's see. I always distract myself with all these fucking tangents I go on. So you can just keep going, and I'm satisfied with that, because we have a very advanced pawn here. Right, like, I don't mind this. Whatever he does with the pawns is fine with me. Yeah, I'm actually trying to think of a good, oh shit, good take on that subject. Like, there's not really much to say, because it's so, you know, it's like Germany in the early 20th century. Like, it's whatever's said has been said about it. It's like, wait, now you could do this, or wait, no, he can't. He would take, I would take, he would take, I could still take. Basically, I should probably just try to move the queen, but I actually can't, because, no, I could. He would take, I would take, he would take, I would still take. Or yeah, that could be one. Hypothetically, I won't even say specifically what it's about, but it's like the real fault was the citizens in Germany to allow such a situation to occur, right? It's sort of the responsibility of a populace and citizens too. So that is like sort of the victim blame or take that could trigger people, where it's like you're not justifying the individual or whatever, right? The regime or something that takes over, but at some point it is on the average person to not be so helpless or not be so whatever, ignorant or something, to allow someone like that to come to power. So in any position you could say it like that. Like, people shouldn't allow anybody, like, you shouldn't allow that particular person who's so bad, whatever, to come to power, but you also shouldn't allow that anyone, no matter how good they are, to come to a total position of total power like that, to be able to do what they can do. So you could always assume the worst in that. That's a good logical razor, right? Assume that anybody with that amount of power is going to do something bad anyway, or they could, right? So nobody should have the ability to do that. And then on the flip side, don't allow on the flip side, don't allow somebody who's so bad, in hindsight, I guess you could say, to come to power in the first place. So it's a failure on two levels that way, to say that, you know, you allowed that person to come to power, that's a failure of society, and you allow them to come to a position of total power. So those are two failures right there. Right, so even if this is the assumption you could say, right? Like, I've said this in my debate format before, like, you could say that it could be the nicest, best, most well-meaning person ever, and that's fine, but you still shouldn't allow them to have that level of power where they could potentially do some of the extreme things that they did. So nobody should have that much power in any scenario, or, again, assume the worst and be more selective. So it is a failure of society always, rather than, people always like to focus on just the individual or the specific, which again is relevant, but it's kind of like, if you look at it that way, then you're putting yourself at the mercy of such a person. Like, in other words, the reason why some evil event happened in history is because that person who did it, or the people who did it, were just so evil. But that's not a good argument, because then you're like, anytime there's always going to be evil people, or then all it would take for that to happen again is for somebody to be equally evil. So that's not a good way to look at it. Instead, it should be the society should never allow anybody to be in that position in the first place. Okay, let's see what we can do with this. You can't really move that, which is unfortunate. He's trying to maneuver with that pawn, but it doesn't really impress me too much. Gotta double check. This guy's not too bad. I mean, I guess what should you expect? 10,000 fucking games, though, to get to being as bad as I am. This is pinned down, but I can't really think of anything that I could do with it. We could double stack here because the pawn would be covered from the act of the double stack. The only problem with that is then you'll be in a position where if this gets taken, you would have to give that cover up then. Like, I'll still do it, but... Double stacks are good, but there is no open file here on the board yet. He's doing maneuvers to impress you. Okay, see, that in itself is bad, because as I just said, you put yourself in a position where it's a problem, because you would lose the cover here if you had to move it somewhere else. Doesn't seem like anything is really too crazy here, but it's a tough to find anything in this position. The trade is perfectly acceptable, but it's not anything too great. I kind of like that threat being there, but there's nothing really that you could do with the bishop here that's so good. These pawns don't really scare me that much either. What I should do is, like, see, a better player would probably go here and try to figure something out with it. A mediocre player like me would just trade, and a good player, if he is one, would not allow me to do the trade. But it doesn't really hurt the position of my rooks too much. The pawns are his only arguable advantage here, and again, this is the kind of shit that I mean. Look, I'll put it there because he can't really do anything immediately. If he tries to go there, I can double take it. So there could be some problem if he keeps pushing these. I don't know exactly how to deal with that. He goes sort of inside my pieces. Once again, I could just... I don't know what's happening. I should probably move this out of line with the thing, but then I don't like that this is in line either, right? There's problems with each of these scenarios, but it almost seems like the best place to put it is here, even as bad as that could potentially be too later. I want to do a move like this, so then if he takes, then I could take. I don't like it, but... You know, now you start, because there'll be some sort of back rank shit that happens later. If he goes like this, I can take. This is still fine with me. I can't take there. So if he takes otherwise, I could simply take, which is not a big deal. Like, it doesn't matter either way, but... If he takes the pawn, I take the bishop. And I can take it with the bishop too, so it's not even like I'm giving it up for nothing. Now at least I'm not as pissed, right? Somehow just magically getting to 1500 now, I feel like, okay, these games should be a little tough, and I was just getting so mad at like 12 and 1300 that like people are playing at a higher level than this. It's like, why? Why are you able to actually do that? I don't know why I wouldn't just take. Well... I don't have time to really overthink it, but this is giving him too much of an opening maybe into my pieces here. There's a question of which one he wants to take with. He could take with that. That's fine. I don't know why. Like, that's like giving him too much initiative that you don't need to do. Right, like there's really no reason. That's always a bad thing. Like, don't do a take that lets them put their pieces in a more aggressive position. Let them do the trade instead or something, but I just can't help myself. The one arguable justification here is at least the fact that I'm a little bit struggling on time, so you arguably could do it there. You just got to remember this cover is needed, but it's not even under attack. You can create the double stack on the open file. You can try to sort of disrupt it this way, though, is the problem. Okay, I'm more than happy to take the trade. I create the double stack. You don't have to worry about the dark square bishop situation at all anymore. That rook would be pinned if this pawn does move, which could be potentially good. And you have potentially something good here as well. Just give a check. Force another trade. Like, this game should arguably be a draw based on how we're playing it. But the problem is if you were to trade both of these, then you'd be in a position where basically you might not be able to cover this. But then you could raise it This is not only going to trade for one of them, it's going to force the trade on both of them because there's no... You know, there's no way for him to stop it, really. You win a pawn because of it, and clearly that should be the whole difference in the fucking game, which I probably could have, whatever, maybe done it before. We don't have time, so we should just go full Zerg, clown, degenerate, cheese mode to try to basically, whatever, try to draw. Oh! I even said that can happen, dude. I even said I might regret that later. Fucking stupid game. Like, is that really an instructive game? You could easily... I still had 2 minutes, though, so I always have to... That's so fucking dumb, though. That is so stupid. You play the game perfectly out to a draw. There was no up or down. That is so trash, bro. Did you really feel good about that victory? I guess you should, though, because that's the best you can get. That's how evenly matched this can be. So what was the blunder here? What was I supposed to do? You're supposed to raise this? Like, I don't know what that means. Like, why are you supposed to raise this? What does that have to do with that? We're making a couple blunders, but again, these are... Why? Why is this such a good move? I don't get it. Why is my thing so laggy, too? I mean, probably just because you're going to be attacking the king later on, but whatever, dude. I mean, there are a lot of blunders here, but it looked like such a clean, even game. I guess the blunders keep equalizing each other out, or really what ends up happening is that there's still sort of high-level blunders where, holy shit, all these trades are blunders. But see, even people would criticize, oh, you did this wrong, you did that wrong, like higher-level players. But none of that mattered, right? It was still fine. Like, it didn't have to be... It wants you to just cover there, but you could do a million different things. You could go like this. Like, there is no problem here. Like should a 1500 player really be making a mistake like that? It's just because the king is in such an unusual spot that you wouldn't expect that to be a problem. But like, normally if you gave a check, you could just move the king up or do something like that. That is pretty sad. Let's just try to get that one back, I guess. So the point is that should have been a draw, as every other game in the history of chess should actually objectively be, because that's just how the game is designed. Doesn't matter what level you play at, doesn't matter about anything. That's just how it works. And I love even that justification. People say, well, it's because the players are so good. That's why every game's a draw. But it's like, so that's the goal of the game? That's how you'd advertise chess. Study this game to become as good as you possibly can, so you can draw games, not so you can win games. So he's gonna do some cheeky thing like this and pin it down. Like, we get it, dude. You wanted to go like this, but the problem is it'll still double stack the pawn in an undesirable way. So I don't even know what to do in that. He would come up here. This guy's a pretty high rating as well. So we should start seeing like higher quality opponents here now. Not that it feels like we've been seeing... This is not made for... It is objectively made for draws. Maybe that's not what people thought about when they were doing it, but that's what happens. Like, it's an objective fact that every game is a draw if players either have enough time or just simply are evenly matched. At the moderate to high level, that's a fact. The majority of games end in draws. That's just a period. Like, there's no debate on that subject. It's a fact. Take. This should be fine, actually. Unless, of course, if he keeps going. Fucking sign of a good player that he wouldn't just take the trade. And now I end up blocking my own diagonal. So like at the highest level, the majority of games end in draws. At the intermediate level, they end in draws, like 2000 plus. Best engines play each other, they don't draw. But that could be because they're mismatched a little bit, like... And actually, they probably do draw the majority of games from everything I've ever seen on the subject. It might be two different engines. I'm not saying they draw every game. I'm saying they draw the majority of games. That's true of Grandmasters. That's true of, I think, most people above 2000 pretty much. And when they don't, it comes down to some sort of time control, like they're playing in bullet or something like that, that could cause that to be a problem. But he would take, I would take, he would take, I would take, he would take, I would still take. Like, it would be fine, but it's just not worth it to do that, I guess. Now, this is a very bad move that I would normally make just because it kind of... Like, there are so many studies on that. Majority of chess games end in draw. In chess games played at the top level, draw is the most common outcome of a game. Around 22,000 games published, 55% were draws, right? Even that seems like a low statistic, to be honest with you. And even if you want to say engine versus engine, it could just be because the engines are mismatched a little bit. Like, maybe one is just better than the other. But I still guarantee that the majority of games would probably be draws. But you could take, then bring that in there, but he still can't bring it in there, so I'm not too worried about it. Now, this is the ultimate liability knight because you're pinned into two things. The problem is I can't really do anything to it where, you know, I can really push it out. I don't see you drawing all the time except when you play me. No, but that's the principle behind it. That's totally missing the point. Number one, it usually comes down to time. And number two is I do go on those insane stretches where I draw like every single game and it pisses me off. Like, or even when I lose, I'm like, I even say like, I could take the draw here, but I don't want to. And then I end up losing. Like, it's so stupid. Even at this low level, the simplest amount of perception would tell you that every game is a draw. Like, every single one. That last game was a draw. What did I do? I give up a back rank mate that a fucking 2-year-old can see? Like, that's not a win for him. You can see past my own little stupid mistakes or choking on time. And if I play in classical, that's even more true. Like, I would win 70% of games and draw 20% of games and lose like 10%. Like, it's always so stupid. The things that you're losing to are not really instructive. Like, nobody's winning in like a super clear way. Yeah, even in rapid, that'll be my core cause of loss, is just the fact that you're like, it'll come down to time, surprisingly, because 10 minutes is still a long amount of time, but that's what I have to start doing, though. It's a good reminder of what game I'm actually playing. You have to play for a draw in every game, because what's the bad part of that, right? That's what all the best players do. Magnus does it. He might be better than somebody else, but he'll still play for a draw. He's not going to risk losing a game by doing something over and above and beyond. I want you to see you draw. Oh, dude, have you seen me play chess, period? That's all I ever do, or I win them. That's what'll happen at this level. That's the point. I can show you my past record. Either I'm winning every game, which I don't mind that, or I'm drawing them. Like, there shouldn't be any games that you're actually losing outright. Yeah, how many draws have I even gotten? But see, I've always played that way. That's a little deceptive, where I try to avoid doing it because I hate draws. But I think I've learned my lesson, so that's what I should do here. You can do it, dude, because you can't do anything, I don't think. If he wins because of this or something, I don't even necessarily mind, but I don't see anything. He doesn't have enough pieces like in the vicinity. Like, he can bring the knight, but so what? And you have to turn this into a threat on the other side. Yeah, watch. I'll show you my record after this, which again, the majority of games are going to be losses, but just because I have a sense of honor, I shouldn't be penalized in saying that this way stops him from giving any sort of cheeky checks or anything. But the problem is he'll just come there, and then I'll be forced to take it, because then he'll be attacking this. So it is an uncomfortable spot, to be sure. But he doesn't have enough attacking force out here. And yeah, even against far better players, that ends up happening a lot. Like, I'll never beat them, like a 2000 or something, or even Nightmare. Well, I mean, I guess I can sometimes beat them, but it'll be a case where you basically can draw them still. right? It's a game that really rewards you for playing safe. And the only scenario where that's disproven is if they're far better than you. Like I play a 2200, obviously they're gonna destroy me. But that's not really fair. Like, how can you measure the game like that? So he'll bring the stupid thing here. Just a lot of back and forth bullshit for the time being. Or I can keep doing these little cheeky threats. He doesn't understand the concept of double threatening or having more than one aggressor here. Although I shouldn't talk too much shit. He is pretty highly rated, so he must be very good. You could go like this. I don't really want to. There's really no point in doing this, so that's the problem. There's no pin play, nothing. I fucked up my other thing in doing this too, the other rook. I would almost do a move like this just to try to trade everything. But it seems kind of dumb. I guess I'll just leave it here. Like, I have no idea. And then he'll push this, and then he'll take this. Like, we can see everything happening. You know, this might actually not be a bad move. Because if you're worried about him potentially pushing that pawn, that could be a good spot for it to go. Yeah, that is the mindset I should go in with. I should try to draw every game, and then if I win by accident, that's basically playing chess the right way. That's how it has to work. So we can go here and try to double stack. In the worst case, you know, you could try to check, but we're doing a pretty good job actually stopping the checks for now. You could do this, but it's not going to be, like, immediately impactful here. Gotta double check everything. It does get to the point where it's almost boring. That sounds like the ultimate excuse, but I finally realized it. Part of the reason why people are bad at chess, including myself, early on especially, is because the most interesting way to play is not the best way to play. Which you could say that's true with a lot of games, sure, but it's just a case where you're basically able to... now, this could be a killer move, but the problem is he might be able to trap it or threaten it out in some way that I cannot foresee here. Seems almost like his queen's trapped, or at least trapped for the purposes of a trade. Because of the simple fact that you would go here, and then you would go there. I would go there, you would go there. Like, I don't fucking know what's happening. Okay, we have to win this one because I have to get back over 15. I'm not going to fuck this up here. I'll just save it for doing it off stream because apparently I play better there, or at least, again, I compensate for ability with time. 3 minutes left. That's my one weakness. Like, that last game just pisses me off, too. If you really want to say that's what it comes down to, this is why I played Classical then. That would never happen in a Classical game because I would just take the time and see it. He's playing a dangerous game here where he could potentially get himself trapped because... But it's just not gonna happen, huh? It's just annoying, bro. Fucker. You'll be able to go there no matter what. Okay, I don't have time to do this. I'll just keep going back and forth. That's the best thing about repeating moves, too, is you know it didn't fuck you up the first time, so you know you're safe to just do it again. That's fine. The problem is with this stupid guy, the idea of if the bishop could actually just do something. He'll go like this, and that could pose a major problem, so... Here you're at least bite off the head of the snake, as they say, the head of the knight, the horse, too many names for it. Nobody should call it a fucking knight, though. I mean, when it looks like a horse, like, they never give the knight proper representation, where you actually show somebody riding on top of it as a piece, which I get that that's too elaborate to do, but yeah, where's PETA on that one, dude? Fucking slaughtering knights on the daily in this game. So I guess we effectively trapped him there to the extent that I didn't even really know or realize it, or... But see, he's playing like me in the old days, where I'm just trying to make too many moves with the queen and just do too much. Now I only have 2 minutes to wrap it up, but I assume he was trapped there. I'll take his word for it. I guess it doesn't seem that elaborate, but like, why did he do like 50 moves around my king with the queen with no sense of purpose or aim? Because he's actually a bad player who struggles to attack, I guess. But that would actually be bad, because... No, that's a little cute fork, but it doesn't really matter. Alright, now here's where we often fuck up something. Right, but you can afford to fuck up a little bit. It's just... Okay, dude. I guess I'm fucking up a lot, then. Look, it's okay, it's okay. It's a couple pawns. Okay, now you should at least be safe to potentially do this. Now all you have to do is sneak in there with some sort of actual attacking play, which I'm going to have a lot of trouble doing, and it's going to come down to time. Yeah, that's what you look at with Gary Kasparov's reign through chess. It's not that he was winning every game, it's that he was drawing so many. You know, either he's going to beat you or he's going to draw. There's no in-between idea here. It's that safety measure you have to have as a good player, is that you know, you can always escape. Look, dude. Being annoying. But that is the goal, too, once you... Oh, my God. Okay, whatever. So we lose to a 1505, we beat a 1550, but again, that first game should have been a draw. So yeah, let me look at actually my draw record. Again, it doesn't mean that I'm playing the game the correct way to be able to do that, but it's a very clear thing that you can see. I won't even say I played that well, but he just kind of clowned around with his queen way too much. Yeah, let me actually look. It's probably not going to be that favorable, especially... It should be more favorable in this mode, actually. Only 35, though. See, I'm doing something wrong, though. That's what that shows you. I'm resisting the idea. 75... Yeah, even that ratio should be like, what? 4 out of 10 games would be like, I guess it's not really all that high of a percentage there, but at least lately, it must be like that, where... Again, I'm winning the majority of games, is obviously the point. If you're winning or drawing, that's the point. You shouldn't be losing too many. So like from this stretch on, right, I probably have as many draws as I have losses. So I have win, draw, loss. So 1-1, then 2 draws to 1 loss, 2-2, then what? 2-3, 3-3, 3-4, 3-5, 4-5. Yeah, see, that's the principle though. Like 4-6, 4-7, 4-8, whatever. But the point is, if you play it... Wait, what? Oh, it's not showing the game that I just played. You can't count it because you'll say, oh, well, 4 out of 10 games should be a draw. But if I'm winning all those games instead, then that's not a problem, right? It just means that you could... And my opponent could look at it the same way. They could have drawn all of those games too. It's just kind of irritating how it works. We gain a grand total of 1 rating. And I think that's almost all the time I have. Or I guess I could do like 1 more. Let me see. I don't know if I really want to take the chance, though. That was almost too overwhelming. But these games are going to start to get insane. Let's see here. Yeah, I don't think anybody really debates that whole principle. And again, it encourages the most boring style of play, to the extent that you would look at it like, you can do it, but the question is, do you really want to do it, and do you really want to play like that? That's why so many young players, even good players, are very offensive minded, and then they have to learn the other elements of the game later, because that's just the most exciting, interesting, maybe intuitive way to actually play the game. Okay, this guy's only provisional, so there's always this up and down where he should be a lot. As soon as you see that I'm not provisional, you probably should abort out, because it's very unlikely that he'll be as good as these actual legit 1500s like me, clearly. So we're trying to chase the 1559 that we were at before. So sometimes you're supposed to go like this and not take, and sometimes you are. I don't know. I've seen some of these sequences a million times in the engine or whatever, but I never remember them. So you're not really even trying to do that to the extent of, or I guess you're not really supposed to take here, but right, at some point you're supposed to just hold back. You can't get too cocky, don't underestimate him, play the position, not the player, blah, blah, blah. But see, and it's also that principle of trading, right? The idea that either you're trying to make the game exciting and interesting to the extent that obviously, like, you're trying to play aggressively, but you're also trying to trade to sort of simplify the game and do it in the most lazy way possible, like the lazy gambit. You're not doing it because you think it's the best move, even in your limited knowledge that you have. You're doing it because you're trying to basically just take advantage of the fact that it'll be simpler and easier. There's less pieces to blunder because you trade them all off. There's less pieces for your opponent to mate you with and check you with because you whatever. You know, they're gone. That arguably works a lot better against better players too, because yes, you're not going to win, but you might have a chance to draw, or you might have a chance to what do you call it? You'll have a chance to at least make yourself look good to the extent that it's like, oh, haha, look at me, you should almost try to do it with this one, but the presence of that is difficult. If he pushes, I can take. If he doesn't, I can take. If he takes, I can take. It's fine. Get rid of the center pawn. Again, if you take. It doesn't seem like a very strong pawn. Mine actually could have been better if I really worked at it. So it's three elements, right? The one element is that you want to play aggressive or in an entertaining way, which is converse to how you should play chess overall. Not saying you can't be aggressive, but you have to really know what you're doing. You have to pick your spots. Number two is, I don't know why he's even resigning. Number two is the fact that you want to trade, just be lazy and things like that. And then number three, I think I already just forgot. This shows you how good my memory is for chess. The third principle is the idea that you're trying to like either play it safe, or it's like, okay, that's probably enough for me though. I still get 4 for that one though. That shows you I only got like 6 or 7 for the last one versus 4 for this. I'd take this anytime. See, I don't even realize like why I'm winning or if I'm winning. It doesn't seem like that big of a deal though. There was nothing really there. Maybe the guy just doesn't have time. But yeah, you're trying to also play in such a way to save time or effort or energy. You're trying to take the easy way out, or you're trying to, I don't know. There was some other one that I was saying, but the old fake Bobby Fischer quote, right? You'll be called a hater because you my friend always keeps putting these and they get a lot of likes, just random shit post chess comments, but you'll be called a hater because you understand the game and everyone else is still catching up, like when he made Fischer random chess, or Capablanca when he did the whole fairy chess or whatever the fuck you want to call it. I don't know if it was actually called fairy chess at the time there, but you know, you want to play for a win rather than a draw, which goes against the fundamental nature of chess. I almost want to do another one, but I actually probably shouldn't push my luck. Like, we gained a whopping, what was I even, 1501 or yeah, it was, wait, +4. Oh no, it shows it like that. So we basically gained like 9 rating, which is fine. We can do it in these little incremental sessions, but that's why it helps so much to play off stream, because then I don't feel like I have to rush either, to the extent that, is that supposed to be like that skull emoji or what is it? you're in a rush, both in terms of the game itself, just because you're impatient or whatever, or you struggle on time, so you're playing a faster time format, which hurts you. But also, it's a case where you're struggling on time pressure in real life because you don't have all day every day to be able to play this. So I do find that kind of sad that, you know, people aren't going to commit that amount of time. Right, so these are 3 reasons why, as a bad player, you could sort of cope with it and make excuses like, oh no, I just got bored of it, or I'm just trying to play in an exciting way, that's why I played badly, or I'm just lazy and I want to trade pieces, and I'm just like kind of, what was the other one I kept saying? I can't remember. I just want to like experiment and do different things rather than do the same things over and over that you know are good or that you think are safe. Right, or even just like you want to basically like what is my record over like the last X number of games, because it must be fairly favorable, just to the extent that you're able to you know, like how long has it been? Like I was 1300 in a month ago. Yeah, in like a month to 2 months, I go from 13 to 15. But what makes that would be good if it was actually like a new ground or new progress. But the problem is I was already there, so it's not like now. At least I've recovered to that extent, and I always do have a bad tendency to go on a bad streak if I, you know, once I'm doing well like that. You know, I almost want to do another one, but it's gonna be too insane. Yeah, let's say she not. I think I know my lesson. So but the point is, the one that I lost was so stupid and uninstructive. The only thing I don't like is that I had so much time still that I obviously didn't need to do that. Right, so in this position, it is an objective draw, as the majority of positions in chess ever are. But it's just like, I'm so excited that I get the pawn out of that, which even that wasn't the wrong move. But now you're supposed to go here. Or again, you could have done like this. You could have, like, let's say I do that instead. That's still the same idea. The worst case, it'll force some sort of draw by repetition thing, which he's almost trying to do, which I'd be willing to even take. I would be happy with this. But the engine will always cuck you like that. It'll do it like twice, and then it'll stop. Even both sides of the engine. So now he's going to start to take... Wait, what? Oh, he doesn't want to do that because I'm maybe in a better position than if he does. And it doesn't really tell you either when, or I don't know how to really read it to the extent that, like, it's already done a threefold repetition, hasn't it? So it's just going to keep doing it over and over still and pretend like, so it'll be like an illegal position where I saw that clip of some GM forgot like Gukesh or somebody, or Pragananda benefited from it. He's like losing, but the guy does a threefold repetition and he doesn't notice. So then he wins because of that. Or he doesn't win, he escapes with a game that he probably should have otherwise lost. All these exciting chess drama moments, but that is really fucking hard to keep track of, I'm sure. I'm sure that happens like a million times in bullet games and stuff, where like, who's really keeping track? How do you, it's like how people say with football, like, oh, you gotta call a foul, you gotta call a flag. It's like the point of the game is to beat the shit out of each other and tackle each other constantly. But it's very hard to officiate that to the point where it becomes sort of farcical. That's one of the reasons why many people don't like it, right? Because it's so subjective. It's one thing to say that in basketball or something where, yes, there's, you know, but it's not meant to be a contact sport inherently, so the majority of contact could be called a foul or whatever, right? But with that, the purpose of the game is largely contact, so it's the same thing here. If the purpose of the game is speed, how can you officiate that? Like, oh, this guy did this or that, or he touched his piece and then didn't move it. It's happening so fast that you're, or like, oh, he made an illegal move and nobody notices because they're moving fucking hyperbolic speed, right? So there's probably so many mistakes and errors in bullet chess. You, like, for example, you don't even write down the moves on the pad the way that you do in other formats because that's why you have to have it on camera, I guess. The one good use of streaming, I guess, when it comes to chess. But no, it's like you can't even write down the moves on the piece of paper that you're supposed to write down to prove the authenticity of the game because it's too fast, so you wouldn't have time to actually do that. So I don't know how they keep track. It's just basically a total crapshoot. So I'm sure that threefold repetitions and stuff like that happen all the time in bullet chess and stuff, and people just don't see it. Favorites: Capablanca versus Treyball. I don't even know who Treyball is. But obviously we credit Capablanca. He was the original Bobby Fischer to the extent that he was so good at chess that he got bored of it, so he made his own version of it. So it's all the subliminal signs that people still try to resist and fight against, like, oh, the chess is this innately solvable draw death kind of game that Capablanca said 100 years ago, and that Bobby Fischer said 50, 60, whatever years ago, and that I said, even without ever having heard those things, to my credit, that, like, I said some of the same things about the game, but people still want to fight me on it. Like, how can it be? It doesn't mean the game is bad, but it just means that that is the nature of it, where it's always going to be a draw if you just play it a certain way, or if you're at an even matchup level. You know, that's a god tier Octopus Knight, so whoever's playing as black is a clown to allow that to happen. Like, it's one thing, okay, you allow an Octopus Knight, it's only fucking turn 15, and you have like a reinforced double god tier Octopus Knight. Like, how did you let that happen, bro? Oh, but see, he backs off. That's how shitty the knight is as a piece. You seem to have the Octopus Knight, but all you have to do is trade it, and it's useless. So what good is it? But at some point later, he's gonna get it. It's all this pawn movement that I just don't comprehend. Like, it's so stupid. Like, who does this, man? Like, what is the point of this game? Like, your whole mindset with the pawns is like, oh, you're trying to keep your king safe. But, like, fuck that, dude. I'm just gonna go buck wild. This whole style of play doesn't make sense. Like, now he's dominating on the pawns, though. Look at that, dude. That's too perfect. This is my V-shaped pawn structure coming to an absolute orgasmic level just because of how advanced it is. It still preserves my whole patented V idea where you keep only one anchor pawn, but so you gave him an Octopus Knight, you gave him this perfect pawn structure. Like, black is putting up no resistance, dude. He may as well be playing me. A lot of back and forth movement. This is how you know. Like, what the fuck are these moves? Are they trying to fiend for a threefold repetition? Because, like, what is that really doing? He just moved back and forth. Obviously, they're not going to get a draw here, but it's just like, you know, what is that, bro? And then he gets in such a stale, stagnant position that it ends up being where he literally, the winning player, sacks a piece just to fucking make something happen. Or I guess it's not really a sack, but he gets a fork. This must be one of those forcing kind of moves where you had to let that happen, because clearly these people must be too good to allow that to happen, but I don't know. Hey, thanks for the follow, Miss Streamer. It's always interesting to look back on these older games. I guess this isn't that old, but like the really old games like Steinitz or something. And it's like the same things people would be saying now, like, oh, haha, you don't even know this basic opening. It's like the people back then weren't doing it, so it's not as obvious as people say. But just because it's been established in theory for so long, people take it for granted. It almost reminds you of metagaming in some other, you know, like modern multiplayer games like League of Legends or some card game or something. People treat everything like, oh, it's so obvious, haha. But then, you know, it takes years of people doing shit online and whatever to get to that point. So the same people talking shit would not have come up with it on their own themselves. Yeah, that was a pretty good game. I especially like the whole pawn aspect of just getting this crazy V-shaped structure. But yeah, I love those back and forth king moves too. Speaking of the whole draw debate, that the majority of games totally aren't draws. I don't know what this sequence of moves is. Like, you're playing around threefold repetition. Like, both players are just kind of dicking around. Like, what does it do? Like, they don't know what to do. So, or you know what they do is they cheese it for time too. Like, we're trying to get to X number of moves, which I don't know if that applied to this game, but we're trying to get to a certain move threshold just so we get more time. So we just do like a lot of back and forth moves. To like, if you play 40 moves, you get X amount of time. I don't know how it works. I've never played a in-person over-the-board tournament game, but I would hate those kind of elements of it, though. I don't mind the long formats. In fact, I favor them, so maybe I'd be good at those if I actually have the patience for them. But just, you know, playing 90 minutes plus some increment plus something else. But yeah, all the little additional weird loopholes of it would piss me off. Or I hate notation, and I hate having to write down the stupid things on the piece of paper. Like, all these stupid elements that would piss me off. So basically our goal now is we'll get to 2,000 on here, actually. Which is not like one of those, oh, I'd have to get to 1,600, or like I'm doing it 100 at a time. I have to actually get to 2,000 in both Classic and Rapid. And of course, Classical has that permadeath condition on here, where if I fall below a 50 increment whatever off the previous 100, I have to delete my account. And then we could finally reopen our chess.com account, because this was like the third strike and we failed it. So we're going to make the condition a lot harder now. Before it was normally just like 100. I have to get to 1700, which I did do, but obviously whatever, like one of these games was kind of unfair because it was against Simply, so that shouldn't have been rated. The number of games that we get farmed by viewers, or I guess, and sometimes benefit from it, but I try to avoid that. But you know what, sometimes it seems like you get easy matchups if you play in the fucking tournament modes, and that still does count for rating. I don't know why that is. A lot of people just AFK out, or what's true of truth? This guy's 2275. Let's see actually where this guy's been at. He's always online. 2367. Oh wait, he stopped playing on here, at least in rated. 2367. So he was pushing for 2400, but I don't think he ever got it, did he? 2384. He was really fucking close. That's what you always feel bad about Magnus for. He got to like 2880 something, and he was never able to get to 2900. So now everyone's saying Notterbeck is going to be, however you say his fucking name, going to be the world's first 2900. I don't know why him specifically, but there's like a whole meme with that. This is literally the world's first 2900. You're looking at him, even though he's not even 2800, but he's only 19, so I guess that gives him time. Took part in Norway Chess 2023, won the Blitz event with 6 out of 10, a half point above Alireza, and the guy who's always underrated. Everybody always forgets this guy's even 2800 in the first place. So I guess he's not anymore. In fact, nobody's even 2800 now. Like even Ding fell below 2800. I think maybe only Magnus is 2800. But even he kind of fell off from whatever his peak rating is. Top FIDE ratings, let's see. February 2024, Magnus, yeah, or no. Fabiano crept in there. Nakamura, and there's kind of like that seminal moment where Nakamura was second in the world, but he was like still below 2800. So the other time he was second in the world, he was 2816 or something. So that shows you like almost like the standard is lower. You can get away with it being a streamer in this day and age. Right, so I hate this implication that people say, oh, well, some people got better while streaming or something like that. It's not that he's gotten better, it's that he was already so good that you can't really get much better. That even if he stays around the same level, right, people will validate him that way. But, you know, Alex Botez fell below 2000 FIDE, and Cramley hasn't gotten better, he hasn't gotten better, like nobody's gotten better. But it just kind of tricks you because he was already one of the best chess players of all time. So how can you... Internet activity. Look at lovely article portion here. Nakamura played on the Internet Chess Club, ICC, and played chess. He served as a commentator for Chess Ninja. I don't remember all this. In 2018, he began... No, it feels like it was before 2018, though. What the fuck? Huh. Under the name GM Hikaru, he plays speed chess games variously against grandmasters, other streamers, and viewers who paid to subscribe to his channel. I like how it says that. Specifically, he won't just play some random viewer. He may play blindfolded or with a handicap such as odds or of a queen. He also reviews tournament games on stream. He also reacts to XQC fucking playing chess. He also creates drama with Hans Niemann that's totally unfounded. In 2020, during the COVID-19 pandemic, chess became significantly more popular on Twitch, with Nakamura widely identified as a significant reason for this, or a significant benefactor of it. No, we got to give credit to Alex Botez. He was the OG streamer, actually, in this credit. His channel received a tenfold increase in audience size between... Yeah, part of that was that he reacted to XQC or did a co-stream with him around 2020. Now, that's how you know you're fucking desperate for views or clout chasing, that you have to deal with somebody as shitty as me at chess, or even worse. Just like XQC being some 1,000 rating or whatever he is. And even PogChamp's trying to feed off of that. Nakamura averaged 14,000 concurrent viewers and streamed on Twitch most days. By September 2020, he reached 500,000 followers. He often plays games using joke openings while on stream, including the Bond Cloud, the Jerome Gambit, and the Botez Gambit. But is it really, if you're doing it on purpose? The whole point of it is it's supposed to be a highly skilled player doing it somehow by accident and totally not pretending for content's sake. Nakamura has stated that he prioritized streaming career over his chess career. That's kind of like a coping argument, though. It's like he's done everything he can do aside from win a world championship, so he'll just pretend like I'm satisfied and I didn't want to win a world championship. I'd rather stream. On August 27, 2020, he signed with Events esports organization Team Solo Mid for a 6-figure sum, making him one of the first chess players to join an esports team. It's so concerned with the amount of money that he's made. Like, it's saying it so specifically. Like, whoever wrote this is actually jealous or something. operates the Discord server. Solo Mid, he joined Misfits Gaming as a content creator and influencer, not as a chess player though, huh? Operates a Discord server named Naka Pog. Oh, I thought Naka was always just a pet name people gave him, but I didn't know it was actually one that he used himself in that. And has a Twitter account. Naka also has a YouTube channel which has about 2.2 million subscribers, up from 78,000 beginning in 2020. When I've never actually read this before, when asked about his popularity online, he attributed it to the ability to play extremely high-level chess. Unfortunately, that's not the case, because that would mean that automatically anybody around his rating, Ding Liren or somebody, could start a channel, and they're not going to be as popular. So sadly, as much as I defer to the meritocracy of chess, and I'm always one who favors that idea that should be the reason, that's sadly not actually the reason, right? Where people like Botez and Levy could be just as popular or more popular for different reasons. Seemingly not focused on the game and conversing with his viewers. What does that even mean? Ability to play like he's not even trying. He literally doesn't even care, basically. That's the verbose way to say it. He's popular because he can play chess at an extremely high level while not even seemingly focused on the game and conversing with viewers, also known as he literally doesn't care. Of Kotaku called the combination of teacherly wisdom, galaxy brain cells, and uncommon expressiveness. Which at the beginning, he wasn't really expressive at all. He was kind of like a stick in the mud. Nakamura, which is kind of fitting for somebody who plays a board game all day. Nakamura has also coached beginner play. Yeah, let's be nice. Including Twitch streamer XQC. He's not a player at all, dude. I'm a beginner player because you'll actually see me make progress. Or who was that guy who... There was somebody else who was like equally shitty. Or then there's that clip that my friend posted that has like 30k views where he like laughs evilly at 200 rated Mr. Beast. Like, these are the people that he's associating with. This is the level that you have to stoop to fucking do content on Twitch. This is, speaking of unusual expressiveness, this is it right here.
That should be good. Right? Wait.
That's like the only clip of that, I think, online too. Somehow nobody ever did it because you have to like sub to him to have access to his VODs or something. So my friend went out of his way to do that just because he wanted the laugh to be recorded for all time. His evil laugh there. Twitter account, YouTube channel, we read that. XTC. He gave lessons to player at PogChamps 2. I don't know what number they're even at now, like 4 or 5. At its peak, the tournament has most watched channel on Twitch for a period, 63k viewers. Nakamura told Kotaku that though the competition has been met with some criticism, he believed level of playing skills could become popular. 14 during the XCC Rubius match, all-time high 115k. The sad thing that cult of personality subverts meritocracy, that this is the reason why chess would be the most viewed, is because of that. Sub 1,000 rated players or some shit like that, rather than actually the best players in the world. It's like some sort of film critic analogy you could make too. It's like, oh, the best movies never make the most amount of money, or like the ones that really deserve credit and recognition, like Ingmar Bergman or something like this, versus like with chess snobbery, like, oh, the best games are too high level for people to really understand or appreciate, so nobody actually watches them. Like, there is some truth to that, but it's almost in a good way, because you are holding it to such a high level that even to appreciate it requires a bit of knowledge and expertise yourself, or a bit of effort that people don't really want to put instead of just escapism to go with it. Nakamura reached a milestone of 1 million followers on Twitch channel Hikaru during the FIDE Grand Prix in 2022, which suspended him for 3 days after he broadcast and commented on chess games being played by Dr. Distress. Oh, never even heard about that. Fuck. Good thing he was only reacting to his chess games. On 2023, Nakamura announced it. I wonder how that would work. Could you react to Hikaru's content during those 3 days that he was banned himself? Like, it would be the endless loop. He reacts to somebody who's banned, so therefore he gets banned. Then you react to him during the period that he's banned, so then you get banned. Then somebody reacts to you. It must only be if you're, like, permanently banned, right? It wouldn't be... Or maybe you can't react to something he's doing at the time. Like, if I happen to run into him in real life, I can't show that because he's technically banned, so he's not allowed for those 3 days. So I have to wait and save it, or I have to pretend like he doesn't exist. I wonder if he's still banned, actually. Or I think he just chose to go to YouTube or somewhere else. He announced that he made a deal to stream on Kick, but the thing that's interesting with those deals, as much of a big fuss was made over them, is that it's kind of like a multi-platform streaming deal where they don't have to be exclusive to Kick, right? Like XQC signed the deal and got like 100 million, but he still streams on Twitch, I'm pretty sure. Or he just does it at the same time. Like multi-streaming or whatever. He appeared as himself in season 5 episode 2 of the Showtime series Billions, really, which appeared in 2020. Nakamura is actually an active stock investor. He appeared in Bloomberg Television to discuss the relationship between chess and stock trading. Oh yeah, he was always that was like way back in the day that he was associated with having done that. During chess streams, he occasionally discussed the stock market, investing, and financial topics. Married a Tusa, very quietly too, that kind of flies in the face. That's one thing he could mentor XQC on, and very fitting for Valentine's Day subject. The fact that he gets married without anybody even knowing that he's in a relationship, and then meanwhile XQC has to broadcast his breakup with Adapt or whatever, like very conspicuously and high drama, and it's like, oh, well, I can't help it. I have to stream our argument over Discord live on Twitch, and I can't just take a break or go AFK or go offline. Like, there is a certain maturity level that he shows in that. To kind of do it so quietly. I wonder what he did there. I guess I won't react to it. Nakamura's cameo on TV show Billions. It's only like a minute long. But yeah, that's always a fun thing that they do, is like they react to like famous scenes of chess in movies and anime and stuff like that. So the idea there is like play speed chess. Fuck. For probably like a minute long. Yeah, they couldn't get Magnus, so this is their backup. Like the one from Harry Potter is so unclear that you can't even tell what's happening, and it's so shitty. First cameo on a television show. It's a pretty reputable one too. Overall, Nakamura was quite impressive in his debut and just a minute-long appearance. I don't follow Billions, although many friends do. They're quite big on the episode. I think Super GMs portraying themselves is good. I wonder if Magnus has ever... He must have been in various things. Magnus in TV and movies. The Simpsons. Oh yeah, I think I've seen that scene actually. He's like on like a Skype call training somebody or something. 60 Minutes. Magnus 2016 documentary. Colbert Report. Well, those don't really count when it's just a talk show. It has to be like an actual meaningful appearance in like a... whatever. Some fictional universe. The Simpsons. Yeah, all these are just like advertisements or something. Or I mean like talk shows. I could have easily played a game, I guess, in this amount of time. I wasn't expecting to get so distracted, but basically I was kind of not playing very well, so whatever. But yeah, we gotta beat this draw argument to death, literally. The draw death of chess itself. The idea that it's really... Like, let's look at a different loss. Like, what was this loss about? Like, if it's something I genuinely can't see or that I wouldn't have seen in a reasonable amount of time, I can accept it. But it always comes down to something so obvious. Either I just choke on time or something dumb. What did I lose to here? Because I wasn't in, like, a very bad spot. Right? It's completely drawn right now. And then what did I do? I'm winning. Not by much. He blunders that, but I don't understand exactly how I could have taken advantage. I'm black, right? Yeah, so I missed that whole bishop thing for a very long period of time, and it keeps telling me to do it over and over, getting pissed. But it comes down to something else. Oh yeah, like a stupid move like this. But it doesn't even seem to dislike this. That's the thing. I let him check me and take the pawn, and it's not a big deal. And I wasn't even winning before. All that shit didn't matter, because you have to promote this pawn very effectively or do something of the sort. What was the move that really did it? Giving up a check and a pawn take and another pawn take wasn't a blunder, but this is. or that's even still a mistake. That's like the art of trying to lose a game by not blundering, but by actually... This doesn't even make sense. Oh, this was against Nightmare, though. That's why. Yeah, some of these games on my record don't even count because I'm losing to literal, 2,000 or 1,800 rated players that are viewers and stream snipers and all this kind of stuff. These aren't really part of the normal experience of playing at 1,500. But even, yeah, as much as he's talking shit that every game's not a draw, I had the chance to draw him here too, and I just didn't take it because I was trying to flex the fact that I had a bishop, and then I end up losing. So the majority of my losses are objectively, unironically, draws that I could have taken that I just choose not to because I'm too honorable, of course. Okay, so today is going to be my deep dive into 1,500 rated chess over here, and the whole core point is that I had to sacrifice my Saturday format to get there. So it was my last week's Saturday stream that I normally do like some random game that I haven't played before, but instead I just did chess, and I thought I would do it real quick, and then obviously I got distracted and it took up the whole time. So that's a worthy sacrifice, not unlike that 14-hour stream I did the one time or all these other long ones that I do of just chess to try to compensate. So it sort of shows you why chess sort of lacks the luster to it that I maybe once thought it had, or the respect that I had for it, is that like, oh sure, you can be good at it if you just play all day every day and commit to it like you wouldn't do to any other game or anything else even in life. Like, sure, you can do it then. So I'm not diminishing that, it's still difficult to do, but there is something to that. And I like this whole emphasis on Fischer random chess that everyone's doing, chess 960 and the whole GOAT challenge and stuff like that, because they're finally coming to realize what Bobby Fischer was saying all along, just the innate memorization and element of that takes away from arguably the enjoyment of the game. So the whole irony of it is people always argue and fight against that, but now they'll jump on the bandwagon. So all that time that people resisted it and said, oh no, it's perfect, you can't question chess, this and that, there's no sense of that actually being meaningful. And see, look at this game right here. They're playing like the whole trade for a draw sort of scenario. The only way that's justifiable over me doing it is like, oh, well, it's in a faster format, so they might not play like that otherwise. But these are 2800s doing the same thing that I do. Just try to trade everything because you'll be better off. And then you might win in the end game, you might not, but it's just like, that seemed like a disastrous move to allow him to do that. Or I love that too, they'll resign before you even know what's happening because, you won't even know. You'll be like, oh, who's winning? It seems like a draw, but they know better than you do that it's a loss. Or I love that when sometimes they think it's a loss and they'll resign, like even really good players, but it's not. Or you wouldn't have seen what they expected you to do. So then it would have been actually fine, but they just give you too much credit. That's why in theory you should never resign, not because, oh, the fighting spirit, or you shouldn't never give up or anything like that. The reason why you shouldn't give up is because, or you shouldn't resign, is because people are such clowns, or they might not see what it is you think they see that is gonna win them the game. So yeah, we'll do a couple games here, but so that was on Saturday. I got to 15, and it's not like I've never been to 15 before either. I was like 1560 before, but whatever. At least now I feel like I can take it more seriously. I was just getting pissed at 13 and 14, like why I even fell back down there, so now I have to take it very seriously. What I keep learning and relearning and sort of forgetting and resisting is the idea of just putting forth a certain amount of effort into it, right? Forget about even studying and theory and learning anything. It's just... That comes into play later, but I don't know. I feel like people always want to jump the gun and just say from the beginning that that's what it's all about. And so then on Tuesday I played a couple games. So I got like maybe like 9 ratings. So I was like 1501. Then I got up to like 1510. And you are kind of in the position where you can sort of bully provisional players a little bit, but it'll be a real seesaw affair. One game will be a provisional clown who's playing their first game like ever, and then another guy will be like a god who's like me, who's literally played hundreds of games or thousands of games and to be 1500 still. So it's a little deceptive. But what was the you were 1501, then you won 1, lost 1, and then won 2. And again, this guy's provisional, so some of these were a little bit easier. I can farm some of those easy matchups to, sort of pad my rating, but I guess it's fair because, yeah, see, even you're very likely to see these matchups. Of course, they might abort out, and they might not be that bad either. You shouldn't be too cocky, but you're more likely to see these here for the simple fact that you're able to, whatever, because you're at 15. So 15 is arguably like a weird spot for the provisional thing to start because 1500 is not like really an average baseline. It actually takes a certain amount of effort, even on an inflated site like this. But in like a FIDE setting, somebody sits down to play for the first time, they're not going to be anywhere near 1500. I don't care who you are. Magnus wouldn't have been 1500. Like, he would have had to learn some little bits of opening or something, right? He wouldn't just in his first game ever be 1500. That's the best way to actually measure how stupid that is. The best player in the world would not have been a 1500 as a default playing their first game. So why the fuck is that used as a baseline? Right, I guess it assumes that if you're in this sort of environment, you're more than just a beginner playing their first game ever, but still. But I like the commitment. Just like look at the level that we've stooped to, that we're doing this kind of whenever we have a little bit of free time or something. This is really what it's come to. So you go like this. He takes, I take, but it's kind of awkward. You're pinning that to the queen, but you can't really do do anything to it. That's the problem. So you might end up having to take it because you really can't go back. You'll push me back, then I'll whatever. I'll just do it because it's like getting a bishop pair is really fool's gold, and it's the sort of thing that you don't really even think about too much. Like, he would take, I can't take back. The big thing I got to do that I almost find satisfying is when I sort of squeeze the position a little bit. Like, don't make any obvious mistakes, and then whatever happens, happens. It's like, so you don't have to do anything crazy sometimes. You just win by attrition, and you frustrate them with your inability to make a mistake, which happens to me all the time. The idea that basically, you know, I'm just pissed that, oh, this lowly 14, 1500 isn't making some obvious mistake and making the game easy for me. So it's the same thing here. Like, just don't do anything obviously wrong. And so if they're going to beat you, they'll beat you the right way. Or, I mean, if you're going to beat them, like, it's going to be something above and beyond that you have to do. This is an awkward position for it, to be sure. If you take here, he'll take there. I can guarantee it. It's like I'm trying to maybe do a little bit too much here. Because if I do this, then I do this, then maybe you could win a pawn out of it, or at least you can compel the trade. He blocked his own diagonal at the very least. Oh, the problem is he would take and then cover back too. But then I could take, he could take, I don't know. The correct move is probably to move the knight, but I can't figure out for the life of me where the fuck it wants to go. So I can't imagine that's really a good move, but we sort of shut down his double diagonal, but this pawn is very questionable. I don't really understand what it's doing or anything, or people always extol the virtue and the value of center pawns, but it's kind of like, it's a situation where as long as you equalize their center pawn, it's fine, right? Like, so even if we end up trading one for the other, it's okay. It's just when they have one and you don't. And I don't think at this level people really know how to use them optimally or anything like that. So the other thing I did in these recorded sessions is I did Hatred, a little session of it, just because it's adult only. But I forgot to turn the game audio on because, like, for now, in these sessions, I don't have my desktop audio on because I'm not playing any music or doing anything. So all you're going to hear is just me doing this little ASMR shit that I can't even do anymore because I'm not like it's whispery or whatever with it. In some weird way, I sometimes enjoy playing as black more than white, even though white has the objective advantage. Maybe it like gives you an excuse, sort of. Okay, that's an easy thing for me because you even cover that as well. So there's no reason why you shouldn't be able to do this to the extent of even taking that. But what you also got to learn is the sort of humility to double check everything. The idea that basically you don't want to be too confident. You have to kind of know how little you know and just be very cool with it. Even this is good because I would take, then he would take, then I would take. Then if he takes, then I could take that too. Like, I don't really have to do it, but. Or couldn't you do something even more wild? Like, you could take this, and then if he takes it, then I could still take it. I could take it, then he could. Like, there's so many things with this position. Normally, you would think to do this, but what if I just do this? I take, he takes, I take. I guess this is still better, though, because you're going to take the rook, so he didn't account for that. And now, even this will equalize itself because you'll still be able to take. So the rook take is where he fucked up there. Otherwise, it wasn't too bad. And all I was trying to do was fiend for a trade. I'm a big fan of these sort of fake forks because what they do is they force you to trade something. It doesn't mean that it's a fork like you fork two rooks or you fork a rook and a queen or a queen and a king, right? You're not winning anything, but you force him to, okay, no matter what you do now, I'm going to take either the queen or the bishop. So you're going to move the queen and let me trade was the whole idea behind it. So, I mean, look, dude, he's not bad, but I don't know if you deserve to be at 15 because you see all the turmoil and headache that I've gone to be here. And I definitely don't care about these other formats. I mean, that's cute. In fact, that's genius what he just did there. What the fuck? I'm talking trash. He doesn't deserve to be here. Because I can't save the knight any. What the fuck did you just do, bro? But how? Because the knight. The knight is fucked anyway, so. This is where the knight just pisses your ass off. I can't believe that. Like, there's nothing it can do. And that knight's in a stupid spot. I would almost have gone like this just to. I don't know, honestly, what to do. I'm kind of stunned by that move. That is an unbelievable move because I have no choice but not only to give up the rook, but like, what was that move, bro? What was that move? The side doesn't even do brilliance, but like he recovered from this so. I mean, I guess it's not that crazy to just do it, but like I get it. You know, the rook can't move, so it's the best you can do. But that is utterly shocking to me, though. Okay, let's just try to focus the rest of the way, and maybe I got a little cocky, but in the end, it was still an even trade all the way. I just didn't understand how it would be possible, but then I remembered that the knight was involved, so that's how you know it's gonna fuck everything up. Like, it just sits there and just does nothing. There was nowhere it could go. There was nothing it could even take, like a pawn, nothing. Like, imagine losing to a provisional player on their first game on the website. Like, are you kidding me, dude? Imagine what that would mean for you. So this is okay because it's covered by a pawn, so you don't even have to do anything there. I think at some point I just run out of ideas, though, for what to do. You should put these all on a dark square, so the light square bishop is completely negated in its whole existence here. There's just so many elements of chess that are boring. Like, you're trying to play in a way that's just, like, very dry and stale and just dumb. Right, you're trying to play for draws, you're trying to play for trades, you're trying to basically. You could give a check there, but then you end up just trapping your dumb self. So here's the lesson in a little lesson in nightmares. This is going down in theory. Like, look at this, dude. We both get fucked by the knight. The knight will give and it will take back, dude. So stupid. But no, like there's so much fiending for draws, fiending for trades, threefold repetition, all these kind of dumb things, opening theory, memorization, all these kind of things that basically feel like a farce to the game but that's literally what the game is about. But it's like, what you're really doing is you're sort of, I don't know how to explain it. It's just sort of stale and repetitive elements that, again, they still take skill, they still take effort, they still take time, but that doesn't make it good. It's like there is a definite boredom factor where even I would say I could do like this, because if he took, then I could take and back rank mate too. I guess I could have done that maybe from before too, or maybe not. Like instead of this move, I could have done it. So again, you can't even blame me for that. It's like, or you can't even give me credit. It's like the knight is just shit. He gave a meaningless check and now he's stuck. It's not to any credit of my own. That was a good find of him on the bishop thing, but see, I shouldn't be so shocked by such a move. But then again, I wasn't giving anything up. Like, you know, you're effectively expecting a trade with maybe some advantage, but now that doesn't seem to make much of a difference. But what you can do, he would take, then I could just take. And then if he, okay, fine. That doesn't have anything to do with it, really. He's just trying to distract. Now, if he takes, I take. If he doesn't take, then it's a little bit problematic, actually, because then you're not going to be able to necessarily save. But what is he going to do? If he goes there, I can take it. The problem is the knight's still going to fuck me over yet again. This is going to be the ultimate thing, because you're not going to be able to cover this, or you're not going to be able to cover both. But there's nowhere that he can go that won't present the trade on this, so I don't get it. If he goes there, I'll just take it. If he goes there, I'll just take it. Or was he doing that to avoid the... Man, see, I'm not so sharp. Was he doing that to avoid the back rank mate in this scenario? But that doesn't make sense either, because then he wouldn't have... I don't know how that would have helped him, really. Because what he can do now is he could take there. And if he takes there, then you're basically in a position where you're able to basically you're in a position where you're basically able to I don't know. So if you take that, I take the thing, you probably want to go back and cover it, which if you do, it's actually fine for you. It's still going to be a trade. I do have this problem of like either playing up or down to my competition. I guess playing up to it is good, but like sometimes I play a 2000 and I draw them, or I outplay them for large parts of the game, and then I play somebody 13, 14 and I fuck up because I'm sort of underestimating it a lot. But you got to take that stuff out of your game, as Gary Payton would say. I don't know when he said that, but he would say it in such an iconic way. Like, keep that out your game. He would always say a line like that. So it's not a good situation no matter what you do. You can take the stinky knight, you can take the stupid pawn, you can simply cover it and be perfectly fine, but that would be too much for you to figure out, I guess, dude. So again, I thought I was up, then I wasn't, then the knight fucks him over again. Or I mean, it fucked me over the one time because I guess I just assumed. On one hand, it's so useless that he didn't even think to take it. He would rather focus on taking my rook. But then on the other hand, even when I let him take the rook, I still can't save the knight either. So I can't do anything there. But that should have been a move that was very easy to see. So you shouldn't be too satisfied with yourself from the perspective of all these little half-ass victories that you don't really even deserve, that you're able to get away with making mistakes just because they're even worse than you are, and things like that. So it never bothers me here in terms of waiting on... well, it bothers me a little bit, but... he takes, I can easily take... we have a good passed pawn here. So you can just try to make that as good as you can. It's a good central position to deal with both of these pawns. Even if he attacks it, it's covered. The only piece that really isn't covered very well is the knight itself. Arguably, you should just kind of go for this, but it's kind of hard because, I don't know, promoting pawns is always such a fool's errand because it feels like you can have a pass pawn in so many situations, and it's so hard to actually finally get it to promote. They'll always have an answer. They'll always have some way to stop it. It just takes forever. It's not something that's super intuitive or obvious or anything. You almost want to put it here just so you can cover it there, and then you can try to move everything else around. So he didn't play too badly. I mean, look, dude, it's your first game on here. I don't know how good you are. I don't know how much. Like, I love breaking the spirit of these new chess players. Like, look at how unfair and stupid that game was to him. Like, why should he have to do this in his first game ever? Now, I get that's to determine he doesn't really belong at 1500, but I would just quit playing chess there. Or, like, he gets so mad. Or, I mean, this one guy got so mad that he actually deleted his account. And I was even on stream talking shit. I should have shown that. I literally made him delete his account because he's so of how badly I demolished him and how much I was probably talking trash. But you could maybe even get banned for that. Just some sort of a BM thing. See, there I don't even look to see. But see, I get 3 for that. So that's like really a waste of my time, dude. I'm going out of my way to do this, and you're giving me that. Now, maybe I don't deserve much better, because if we played somebody better, we probably would have lost, because I wasn't playing very well, and I wasn't even seeing the things that he was doing, but that's what diminishes my whole enjoyment and respect for the game, is like, anything can be judged by, like, oh, you just played more than him, and in any extrapolated sense, like, when I get to 2,000 plus here, it's only going to be because, oh, I played X amount of time, where within that time, anybody could have done it. Like, so let me look through a little bit just what the other winning moment was here. That's the blunder. That was the correct move, but I don't see still why it's so great. Wait, you're supposed to just take that, and then he's... But he wouldn't have been able to... I don't get it. If I do this, why is it so much better? Oh, okay, because you take the bishop too. That's a good instructive moment of just basic calculation that you should be able to do. Just sort of things you're not really thinking about or looking for, or you're trying to oversimplify it so much, even in philosophy of that's why you're trading in the first place. But, so again, because he has this response, you have to take here. And because you have this, he has to take there. But the reason why I thought that was a dumb thing is, like, he's obviously going to take it because he can't take this anyway. So what else is he going to do? But then, if he does that, then you can just take there too. So there's no easy way out of it for him. I'm listening to this song from Yumi, Nikki, or however you say it. It's like some creepy ambiance that just keeps repeating over and over. There's so many of these games like this that I would want to play. Maybe I should fit it into this format instead of just always playing chess in this format. This format just meaning like in my recorded thing, where if I maybe have a little bit of time here and there. Although looking at it, it hasn't been all that much time. It just lets me do it, because I have to accept the fact that, like, say I was saying hatred or something like that, just because it's like, oh, adult only games that I wouldn't be able to stream anyway, so I don't feel bad for doing it. But then with stuff like this, or there's just so many fan made games and different things, all these basics and all these kind of things out there. Sometimes gimmick stuff, sometimes fan made stuff, indie stuff, whatever, just throwaway kind of things. I could do stuff like that, but the point is, it's almost like you're accepting the fact that you'll never have enough time to play all of it or to stream all of it, which is obviously true because there's just way too much stuff out there. So then you accept, okay, I'll do it here instead. But I was trying to qualify it like, oh, you have to do it. You have to do stuff that you wouldn't be able to do anyway, then you don't feel like you're missing out. Like adult only. That's why I thought that would be a good idea. But this guy is not going to be provisional. It kind of reminds me. I haven't played it, but it reminds me like visually or aesthetically of like I guess Earthbound or whatever in a way that has some creepy Geigus type shit in there. But no, of Lisa the Painful or whatever. It has like kind of weird aesthetic to it. Yeah, this song is like in some of these. I don't know, Steven or somebody who like does all these videos. Like, if you see this crazy looking thing, don't touch it. Like, as if you would want to touch it anyway or whatever. Like, this will kill you, or just all these like near death or dangerous kind of creepy things that you would see out in nature or whatever. I got tagged in this video on Instagram of some crazy jellyfish thing, and if you touch it you'll get electrocuted, so don't touch it. Like, just literally my impression of him. Who was that one guy I did an impression of that was so good like that? uh it was some like whispery voice or something. I can't remember. But you gotta stop the pin. I'm never gonna blame my commentary or something like that on like, oh, I got distracted because of that, because it's just never. Okay, this is good, and then I get to save my bishop, so I always consider that a +1, even though it's an even trade. It doubles his pawn, stuff like that. I mean, even that's good. Like, you wouldn't have to do it, but I'm fine with it, unless you want to argue that somehow that's a dangerous thing. But in the end, I kind of end up doing the same thing too anyway, so he's doubled his pawns. You cannot argue to me that's a good thing. Or sometimes this will trigger me. Like, people will basically say, well, oh, ha ha, that's actually really good. But it'll be like some 2400 I am fucking watching, and they'll be like, oh, yeah, if you do this and this, then therefore it's actually good. But that assumes that these people are going to know in any way how to do that. What you can do here is just simply block the diagonal to the extent that it could be good. But then again, you can always do this and figure something out. So if he takes there, I could take. Or maybe I fucked up. He would have. Well, when I should see that. He would have took, then I would have took, then he would have took, then I would have took, then he would have took. So you could have done it in such a way that, I wouldn't have been able to take because of the positioning of the rest of the pieces here. So let's just do this, and then we can accept that it'll become valuable later. This is how you have to think in chess, is like think 20 moves ahead. Like, we're going to go here, we're going to go here, we're going to eventually open it. So it's still a weak link on that level. The problem is that the knight, as usual, is a little bit irritating. That's my most annoying tendency of all, though. The fact that I always see what it is. See, I want to torture this guy with not undoubling his pawn, so I'm not going to do it. I'm not going to take anything, and I might commit to that too hard and fuck up, but somehow, like, this is fine now that I can do this. You should have a minor advantage here, but the knights might actually be pretty good. But there's no scenario where having two knights is ever a good thing in the game of chess. Like, it's just not. You can point to some GM game, you can point to something, but you'll never convince me that that's something you really want. It might be something you have to tolerate and then make the most out of it. But you never want two knights. There's no such thing as a knight pair. There's no synergy between the knights. If they cover each other, their efforts are really wasted. The whole thing is just kind of dumb. So just trying to pay attention to this. Take. He could take, I could still take, it would be fine. But he might do it at such an opportune moment that it becomes an issue. But even here, I could take with the queen if I really wanted to. I feel like I'm sloppy, like I'm not playing very well. I was on a stretch where I was playing really well. I'll even give myself that credit, but it just isn't. I don't see what that move really does. So now, no matter what you do, even if you take there, I could take there, then you could take there, then I could take there. It doesn't change the fact that you should be able to disrupt this. So even if you do this, what you can do is if he moves the knight, I can just trade. I can double stack. I arguably just want to move this, though. I don't like the way it is. There's too many moments, though, where I get aimless. Like, I don't really know what I'm doing. So you manage to undouble kind of regardless anyway. But if you do it like this, what was I trying to do? You can take here, If he goes there, it's actually fine. If he takes, it's actually fine. Right? It was looking like, oh, it might be a fork, which it still wouldn't even have been, because then you could have just took. He only has the one cover of the queen. Yeah, it's a good song, but it's super repetitive, which is almost my style. That's one of my favorite repetitive songs ever. Is a Shadows light reminiscence, light and shadow at the studio. It's from Phoenix Wright in the third case in the first game, where it's like whatever the Steel Samurai thing, and it's like when D Vasquez is reminiscing about how Manuel, her boyfriend or whatever, or one of the past actors died, and that's what made her turn so cold and whatever. And so the point is that basically you it's just a very repetitive song, but I always love it. Now here you should be able to take the rook and therefore fuck up the pawns a little bit. Allows him to take towards the center, but it also allows me to take here, but then it lets him take there. But then it doesn't because then I could be fucking up. Like I'm doing this too fast and too enthusiastically. He'll check there, I'll take. He takes there, I take. I'm taking this, I'm checking. So you have to address that, the weak link of the knight. And even if you move it, I can still give a check, or I can't. Or you could do it like this and then try to push it out, which you really can't do very effectively either. But you are going to... You could almost just leave the queen there. Oh, this is going to be weird, though. You could almost just try to go for something bigger here of the check and everything. You just always need like one. This is a risky move because I don't really like it. You're attacking the queen, but it doesn't do anything for you in the long run, and it opens up maybe some potential threats even towards me. Going here could be a bad idea. I don't know. I don't know. This could be very bad. You just give a whole bunch of checks, I guess. Like, there's nothing he can do here that's going to be too relevant. Give a check, give a check. Can't give a check there. You just give endless checks if you really wanted to, but I want to incorporate the rook. And so if you bring it there, that could be good. Have to be a little careful, but I think as long as I can incorporate the rook, which I can even do now, if he goes like, I don't know, as long as I don't run out of checks to give, because I need some excuse to move the knight, or I mean to move the rook. I mean, I don't want to do it necessarily for a threefold repetition, but they're not in a bad spot at all, but I have a tendency to fuck these things up, so you can do this, and then that's an immediate trade, so that's the benefit to me, if nothing else. Not to mention, I could arguably take the thing as well. But then see, you'll lose, because if you take this, then he takes this, then I take this, then he checks there, then I go there, then he just takes it or something. He doesn't seem to be too interested in doing any of this, though. I mean, this maybe I should still just do, though. He was so sure I was going to do it, too. So I didn't take the knight when I arguably could have and maybe should have. But I'm a little bit scared about this whole situation, so the best he could do is like check and take a pawn, which I don't even see how he can do. He's gonna check there 100%. Now maybe some, I don't know. He'll give a check. I can easily move. He doesn't seem to be too interested in doing that, though. Now this will force the queen trade. So he's giving me too many of these trades too easily, which is playing right into my hands all the time, unless the knight's gonna somehow still fuck this up. So now you're forking the pawns in such a way that he shouldn't be able to cover them no matter what. He can take this. I can take this and cover. I'm not very good at being patient in these kind of situations, although given the time situation, it's not exactly that good either. But no, I mean, these alone should be enough. So if you just use the knight to sort of equalize what's happening, you might be able to be fine. Right, like just rely on these and don't even worry about anything else. You can have like a little cutesy octopus knight thing. Here you can have that one, I don't care. Although he doesn't seem to be too interested in doing it. So you just have such an advantage here, even if it's only 3 pawns, that it alleviates, fuck, or no, it's fine. It alleviates a lot of the other burden of having to think too hard or do anything crazy. Like, it's over. There's nothing you can do, no matter how bad I am, no matter how much of a clown I am. It doesn't matter, dude. We have the whole other side to push too. It's easy to get maybe a little bit cocky here, but this side is not nearly as strong, really. But he's got to commit both to basically one side. That would be kind of a good move, but it's kind of a futile gesture. Here's where you can kind of fuck up a little bit, though. But you can keep doing the same shit, dude. Even if you take that, it doesn't matter. You're playing right into my hand because you can just... Whatever, bro. Whatever, bro. You don't even know what the fuck you're doing. Like, you could have just taken there. You were double attacking it. It was the perfect setup. You got more time than me. Yeah, songs like this fit chess perfectly, though. It's so repetitive. You can't hear it, obviously, because I'm not even playing it on my computer because I'm using a mobile hotspot, but whatever. Just keep going. I don't give a shit, bro. You can't even reach it. Or maybe you can't. As long as I can cover where it currently is, that would be fine, too. Or where it's going. Like, how do I do this? This is kind of annoying. Because if I cover where it's going, then he could have just attacked it. And you can kind of hang the knight even now, right? Like, just attack his knight and just let him take it, because then if he does that, then I can just ignore it and just go. If he moves the knight, I can even take this. Like, maybe I'm making it more difficult than it needs to be, or maybe he's just dragging it out, but it's just kind of annoying, and these situations happen a lot. But you just have to have the fortitude to push through it. You can check. You can't take, though. It doesn't matter. How do you fucking do this even? It's just irritating. Like, I don't like how the knight fucking works. Whatever. He's given up on this side. The knight's too shitty to do anything. Like, I appreciate you fighting it all the way out. And I don't think I played particularly well in either of these, but maybe this is what we deserve. A little winners. Whatever. Just normally it'd be winner's burnout where I fuck up a lot. And I'm arguably still doing that, but I'm getting away with it. So we're working towards our little 1559 thing. But yeah, this is kind of how these sessions go, where it'll be a couple quick games. Maybe that's a good way to pace yourself. Like, you know, a game a day makes you an IM in a couple years if you just, whatever. Like, don't try to overdo it or burn yourself out. I just feel like I'm missing too many obvious things that I'm doing that sort of delayed calculation. It almost feels like I see almost everything all the time, but it's the case where what is it, that stupid cheeky pawn push thing, which is not really like a losing thing. It's just one of those irritating ones that kind of shocks you. You know, this I'll even stand by. I don't care that it's a mistake because what was he supposed to do there? Argue even to punish? Oh, okay, okay, never mind. Maybe you go like this first. But see, I'm willing to blunder. I've done that like a million times too. I'm willing to blunder a pawn just to make sure that I'm able to trade in there. But see, nobody's gonna punish like a simple mistake like that. They might punish an outright blunder, but I think it's fine. At least I didn't make any like game losing blunders at any stage here. Although I wonder what was the move here? You're supposed to incorporate the knight, which kind of makes sense. You're double attacking, it's pinned, it's fine. It's okay. I mean, you can't go wrong with these trades, like if you're confident in your endgame skill, which I'm not at all, but at this point it's nothing more than a nuisance. Right, like you're not gonna win, you're not gonna do anything. Yeah, let's brag and give ourselves the wrong mentality here that we're going to, whatever. So we won those two. Again, some of these are provisional, but the majority should easily be wins. Then a couple draws. That like the draws should equal the losses. So like you're winning the majority of games, then you're drawing a couple, you're losing a couple here and there. But like 1, 2, 3, so 3-1, then like 3-1, then like 1, 2, 3-1, 4-1, whatever, and you can escape with draws in most of these. And the ones that you're losing, normally you can try to explain away pretty well, but I think a lot of it comes down to just time. That I'll make a mistake because I get low on time, or I'm just worried about it, or I actually time out. And this inflation is getting ridiculous. Like Hikaru getting to like 3,500 or whatever. Okay, so today I'll do a couple more, and I shouldn't even say the today thing because there's no sense of whatever. I always say that at the beginning of a stream, like, okay, so today, that's just like my intro line. Today I'm gonna do such and such, but I won't say I do this even every day, but just it's been more regular, obviously. Otherwise, it would really just be once a week is the only slot I have for it. I do it every Tuesday, like on stream, but so we've been doing okay, but or rather, I've been doing okay in terms of results, but not in terms of actual play. So you have to have the objectivity to see that. Like, even though I won a couple of these last games, I don't think I played that well, so I got away with some mistakes. So let's see. That's sort of the harsh elitist objectivity that you have to have in a lot of things. And it's sort of the mindset that I often do have in a lot of things, not just in games, but even in life. There's that whole elitist victim blamer thing that people would give me, like sort of as a nickname. Just the idea that I don't know, you're just always very much holding a high standard, which is a good thing, right? Sometimes people take it the wrong way. It's like the net goal is to be as good as you possibly can, or to, again, just sort of have high standards. So it doesn't mean that it's not about, oh, you're being mean or something like that. That's sometimes like the competitive element that comes out and stuff is just, anybody who's really great at something has that going on in their head that they're very harsh and they're very maybe even self-critical. But people who are sort of sensitive to that are maybe missing the point, right? It's not about being mean. It's not about being whatever. And so this you can't take, otherwise this can potentially become dangerous. Although I don't know for sure. But see, the easy way to react to this would simply be to go here. Like theatricality and deception are powerful agents, but this is not going to. Or maybe that was. I mean, even well, maybe I just did that too quickly. But you can like take with the pawn and then he won't take. I guess I didn't really process what he did there. So I can't say for sure what, like, there really is no way to deal with it there, but like there's no other way to cover that, so there's nothing you can do. You literally just have to sit there and take it, I guess. Because otherwise the bishop would have to come back to cover, but it just simply can't. And now here's where I start to make like an aimless move, like, oh, I'm threatening to take this, so therefore, he's pressured to take with that first, because if he takes, no, it doesn't matter though. So at the very least, you'll have to open the king, right? You'll have to just do this, and then if he does this, it would still be worth it though. Like, he would take, I would take, he would take, I would still take. So he's taking 2 for 1, or 1 for 2, or whatever. But this is where you just sort of get stuck, because since you can't cover this, you can't do anything. Well, no, but then it's fine, because I can just get rid of this. But then he'll take, then if I take, then he takes, and then he brings this, maybe. At least he gets rid of one of the threats there, but this is utterly ridiculous. Like, if this wasn't able to block, but then mine's not even covered either. This is the damage that a pin can cause you, like such a basic thing, which is one that you almost have to give into, because if like, what if we do that? It's normally a bad idea, but now whatever he puts there is going to block the thing itself. Or the best defense is a good offense. He's focused on this, which can be very deadly to you, to be sure. But now I'm at least posing a threat of my own, which arguably isn't even that relevant, but he'll raise this, and then that does still create a fork, to which he can only protect with the thing here. But it could be that he has something so strong that it almost doesn't matter. Or it would have even created this possibility, but I just couldn't do it because of the lacking cover there. Or the fact that the pawn would have taken there, you do actually have the cover there. So yeah, I keep gradually doing this, but sometimes I'm getting sloppy, or especially at the beginning there, like I wasn't really paying attention. But it's very dangerous to do that pawn take, like how he just puts the bishop there. If you take it, then it opens this, and then you have all kind of threats here that can be very difficult to deal with. I'm just not seeing like a super open lane for the queen, so I'd still be satisfied with this material position. It's just, you should almost be able to take this, or that's almost what he was anticipating for. Because now the position of the knight prevents me from doing that, or the addition of the thing. So what you really want to just do is give the king squares to go to. But the problem with doing this is it will also allow you to go there, which is a disastrous outcome. But then maybe I could put the bishop there and then just leave it, because then there's nothing that he can reliably take it with. Right, so at least now... No, but even then he could like sack it, and then if I took... I don't fucking know. At least he gives me some options here, but I'm not too happy with this position, all because of the pin, just remember. All because of the knight, even though I'm +5, so I could almost afford to sack something. I could afford to like sack the queen for the rook if I had to. The problem is it gets so claustrophobic here that you just can't even do that. So you could cover it there. Holy shit, man. But again, all I'm trying to do is trade stuff off, so that would be fine. This would be fine. This would lead to a take on there as well. So he didn't play it exactly right. A better offensive player could have definitely... Because what he's doing is kind of being too reactive. He's the aggressor, but he's trying to react to everything I'm doing. But if you do that, then... Oh my god. Like, really, what am I supposed to do? Then I'm supposed to go there, and then I'm supposed to go there. It's like the king can't move, so... Whatever, I'm just kind of triggered this game somehow. Like how one little thing can fuck up the game so much. Like you should just know exactly how to react to that and just... I just can't, man. I can't deal with situations like that because the it's not that I can't deal with it. It's that you either know or you don't know exactly how to deal with that position. So it's like I don't even have to really take it. That's the whole thing, but you kind of do. So now you're so claustrophobic with your abundant peace advantage here. The problem is, no matter what you do, it will become a problem for you. So there's not much you can do about it. I mean, that is utterly ridiculous. That is just stupid. Like, how do you let that happen? I don't understand. It's just such a claustrophobic, stupid kind of position. If you go here, then he goes there, then you go up, then he does it again. And this is obviously bad too, so yeah. I don't know. I don't really accept that one, so this is where chess comes down to just memorization and opening and stuff. Obviously, I should have just taken more time at the beginning, but it's invalid to the extent of just like whatever that thing is. Like I already know it's not good to allow that, but then I just do it again later anyway. Like where I open the H file to the I don't know. It's just hard for me to believe that you could lose a game like that. But it all has to do with the pin. So, and see, it's kind of like a fake pin that I didn't even allow him to do it, but I don't know. Let me try to study that point then. That's a blunder, so you're supposed to take the initiative early, because then that allows you to pretty much guarantee the take on here, or at least it'll mess something up for him, I guess. So that's a blunder. You are just supposed to take it, but see, then I don't have the confidence to know. You're just supposed to deal with it, I guess, earlier. I end up doing it, but then I end up doing it later at a point where I'm making like sequential blunders. Or even here, you're still fine, but I don't really get it. You're supposed to just do this to open the. But even then, he could do like that. This is what you got to do is just. So he would end Pizan, but what if he does that? It's like you're so lackadaisical to the position of the position of the queen and stuff. Like he just doesn't care. I don't get it. I don't know what's even happening. He's hanging this. He's trying to go for the thing, but he can't do it. I don't know. That position is just weird to me. But the one thing that's notable about that, and that's why I like how it even shows the time in the analysis, is that you were in that position early at like such a stage where like I almost didn't process that happen. So like it, look how fast I'm going. But I guess the core idea is you're trying to move this. Just move that and it gives you somewhere to go. Although even that I don't fully understand. But see how I even said there, like I'm probably going to make a blunder with trying to do that because you're just kind of panicking under the circumstance. You can just take it though. But see, I'm not going to know exactly how to deal with these. I would almost want to go like this, but it might still lead to a similar problem. I don't know. It's just annoying. That shouldn't be happening at this stage, but obviously that's one of my weaknesses is just openings and things like that. So I kind of overreact. Because again, you might say, "Oh, it's not even that bad of a position," but I'm not going to know exactly how to deal with it. So you could do either the bishop stagger or you could simply try to push it back. Right, like you could go there and then you'd be threatening to double take it. Otherwise, this seems kind of like a useless thing. Just go back. Even when I prevent the pin like that last time. Okay, alright. Alright. Like this is really what it's gonna be though? This is really the level that we're at, where we have to deal with this. These people have watched like too many Levy videos or something where they're trying to show off and sack stuff and just this is really a 1500 player. Like, you know how hard we fought to get here, and you're gonna lose to something like this. If I go back here, he can go there. If I go here, he can't give a check immediately, so this might be better somehow. But I just don't know. And again, how am I supposed to know? And you might think, oh, you should just be able to figure it out. But that's true more so in the middle game and even sometimes in the end game. It's not really true in the opening because, you know, everything's sort of a settled science. You just have to know whatever the objective line is that you're trying to go for here. You got to look for the alternate check. So he's going to go either, you know, you either take it, you can't really do anything with the diagonal. You can't really give this check. You can give kind of weird checks, like maybe this. But then it gives my king at least somewhere to go back in terms of the into where the queen was, and that might be a little safer. So if you go there, I go here, then you go there, then I can block. So you should be relatively safe, I suppose, in the process of doing that. You can't go here because of the knight. Like, you try to tell me that this guy knows what he's doing, but I'll take these kind of games any time because you just have to you just have to be a little patient and try to figure it out. So you could do like this, but then I could still take it. These are the kind of shitty attacks that even I would do, but maybe this is even beyond me. Like, I can even afford to just lose it in terms of the knight. But since the position is so busted, you know, I wouldn't even have my qualms about doing that. At some point, his attack just fails, and he has less material to show for it. Even if that becomes an issue, I'm not sure. You could potentially take there. If you take this, you're in relatively good shape because the only other attacking piece that you would theoretically have there is gone. The problem is then you're going to have to move this, and the act of doing that will open up the ability to go there. So it's this thing that you would have to worry about. Almost doing this doesn't seem bad because if he takes, and it also addresses the cover of this, right? The idea that you can just, you're preventing the checks, but you're also covering the one piece that I was worried about. So now if you take there, it's not a big deal. If you go there, it's not a big deal. You know, you have the queen going there too. So now you should certainly be able to do this with no problem. You take there, you got kind of a little claustrophobic position, but it's not too big of a deal. Although the knight could let me down here a little bit. He can't even do this move either because it's like, you know, you're going to get back ranked, so you can't really use the rook to your advantage to try to attack the queen yet. Just keep giving these little cheeky threats. The only piece that's poorly developed here is the actual light square bishop. I mean, even this is beneficial to the extent of, you know, you would want to do that to trade, and then you have like a very strong passed pawn. So you would do it, he would do it, I would do it. But then he could still take with the bishop there, I guess. And in fact, this is kind of nonsensical. Oh no, but his bishop is the thing. I don't know. Why does this always have to be so annoying of a piece? Like, if you go there, then you're giving him a pin for no reason, like, basically. He would take, I would take, he would take and check. This is letting him get too much mobility, basically, with his pieces, but I guess I'll just do it. If you just keep attacking the thing, you should be in good shape. The queen here. Because if you move from there, then I can give a check here, but then you can still move back with that. So it's not really like anything too crazy is happening. My king doesn't seem in too bad of a spot, though, because it's at least harder to do this. Or maybe it's not. You give the check there, you can take there. I mean, a lot of these games are just like if you can survive whatever stupid shit they're doing, then you're in good shape. Or almost that move, I should have just gone here. Like, this is perfect because, you know, you have to take, and then the threats are pretty much neutralized. Now you have a pass pawn very close to promotion, but I highly doubt it will actually convert to the point that I'm also giving up the knight in the process. Like, see, this looks so strong, but it's just not going to actually happen. So I shouldn't really trust that it's going to do anything for me and then just ignore it for now. You could use this to block if you really want. His other rook is undeveloped, knight's undeveloped, so even if everything doesn't work out, the only advantage he has is the fact that he's castled a little better than me, but or castled at all, I guess is the point. So if you want to trade that, that's fine with me too, and you'll still get to keep the thing. You'll still get to keep the passed pawn. It just makes it a little bit harder to protect now. You can go here with the intent to try to cover it there. Although that doesn't really help either, to come to think of it. I mean, these games are kind of a wake-up call, just how annoying this is going to be. I definitely don't doubt that. Like, people are really doing something frustrating out of the openings, and they're trying to play in some kind of weird way that's not good, but I'm not really the best at dealing with those kind of things. Like, a lot of these games have been at least the opening is comfortable, and then you can try to figure it out, but these last two have been something different than typically what we've seen. So now he's in actually probably a pretty favorable spot because it's just you sort of kill the enthusiasm of anybody who actually likes a game of chess because this is so stupid what you've done here. You started off so sloppy, but I can't take advantage of it. He can't really take advantage of it either, but like what he's doing isn't good, right? You might think, oh, this is the kind of stuff you have to learn or get used to, but you can't get away with doing this because any decent player is not going to let you get away with that, right? They would have already beaten you out of the opening because what he did was objectively not good, right? Like he didn't do anything with it. So the king should be able to protect this clump of pawns here. So it's this side that concerns me the most. You have this ability here, like I should be okay at least to take a draw out of it. I don't know if I can beat him here. Although I don't know if he can really protect that either, or even attack anything. So this is where the knight's uselessness comes into play a little bit. So I don't know that the bishop really has the advantage here. It is sort of an open position, but sometimes the advantage of the knight is pretty basic to the extent of, you know, just it can touch every square. So in the long term, that could be good. You have to watch the ability of the thing to come in here, the king. He goes like there, I assume. I don't see why I wouldn't want to do that. Now, the big thing is you just have to keep it in such a way that you can always defend against this one here. So you can keep bullying the bishop around a little bit, but it doesn't bother me too much. So the question is, should I try to pursue this or should I try to promote my own? And I'm usually pretty passive here where it ends up backfiring. Like, I'm going to waste so much time with that it's not actually going to help me. You go there, I have to move the thing. So the only spot you're really going to have to stop it is here. But see how he hasn't moved his knight at all in this situation. But I mean, I have double his pawns on this side. So you would think that should be pretty beneficial. Like I said, even if I sack for it, I should just trade off all the pawns first then. Like, even if I sack the bishop for that pawn somehow, that would be what you would have to do, actually. So you're still covering there, but you can try to make some good work of this. So like I said, I'll even sack it if I have to. So the knight has to finally move. We almost have to pressure it to move, being the shitty liability that it is. So you got to see what its activity is going to be now. Again, I'm comfortable with the sack idea. Like, I don't mind it at all. It really doesn't bother me. Like, you're not going to be able to do anything with this one pawn. You just can't. Now, whether I can promote or not becomes another question. And in fact, that was the stupidest thing I could do. But again, I had my heart set kind of on a draw, so it's okay. So again, that's a game I should probably win, but it's okay. All he has to do is literally sack the knight for it. I mean, it's not... Like, what, he's just not going to move the thing? He's just never going to move the knight? That's the strategy? Like, it's not a bad idea, but... That's actually pretty good, too, for him. Fine, we take a draw. That's the right way to play the game of chess. Overall, fun and interactive game. 10 out of 10 experience. I mean, that's fine. Like, I could do that every time if you want, but at least the way he opened it was so bad. So we can learn from the openings of these last two just how stupid they are. You always get bailed out by provisional players here, too, so there's kind of a back and forth, where some of these will be really frustrating and some of them will be kind of like too easy, so... What you just have to look for is, like, how could I better take advantage of that? And I should just commit it to memory, because it's not like this is something that people do a lot, but there are some of these crazy sacks that, like, I don't know what you're really trying to accomplish with that. I don't think he was winning big. I was winning big because of the sack, and then I was winning big again. But again, it doesn't mean that you'll be able to take advantage of it. So he does that. That's a blunder. That's a blunder. Like, how can you be so good to whatever extent, you know, that he survived it? So at no point was I losing here. But I must have done something really bad to... I was, like, too worried, so then I end up giving up the knight because of it. And see, like, even that, you can say that's a blunder, but I don't care because... Oh, wait. Oh, you're just supposed to do it here, which would have effectively forced the trade anyway, maybe just more on your terms. But no, I'm always happy with the trading mentality. So you are supposed to do this, and that's good to the extent that you can take the pawn. But then at some point here, I get the advantage again, and I just don't know how to do it. I'm supposed to move that there to cover it. I don't know why exactly that would be a blunder. Like, you're going to accept the fact that you're going to sack for it, but then what? He's just not going to be able to stop these? What? Oh, you're trying to race him on the clock. But then how do you end up winning here? I don't even get it. Oh, because you have another one, too. You would think he would still be able to compel the draw, but like, do you really think I'm going to know how to play this position exactly right? It's always deceptive when there's so little on the board, because it's like, you know, oh, well, it should be easier to calculate, but that means it's been beaten down to a settled science where everybody who's good or whatever, even who's not good, is going to have everything memorized down to the T, where that's where opening theory and stuff comes into play. So we drew him, we lost this one. Let me look at this once more, just to try to familiarize myself with the opening a little bit, to the extent that you are supposed to take, but then at that point I don't know, right? So like, what was really the instructive thing here? You're trying to go for that, you're going for that. That's a blunder, so you're not supposed to do that. You're supposed to do this, but not that, which I don't even really get. Maybe not right there, but... So the queen is just supposed to take there, but then you get forked, which is okay, I guess, because like I said, you can afford to even do that. And sure, you might be losing, but you're not losing by that much, so maybe I should have been settled. I should have been okay with that. I even said, like, I can almost afford to sack stuff here, and he might not have won at that point. So I even saw the fork, and that's what triggered me so much, but then you have such a material advantage that it might have been more still suited for a draw, because then what are the chances that he's going to know exactly how to play that right, where you have two rooks and a bishop versus a rook and a queen? Like, it's not going to be exactly played right to the point where he's actually going to win there, I don't think. Okay, so today in another betrayal of my Saturday format, where I'm normally supposed to play a new game or some game I haven't ever played before, just for the sake of time, because I haven't had as much time these last couple weeks. I've done like 3 in a row that have all been sort of shitty. The 2 weeks ago, I did one where it was just like a really short thing where I just like looked for what to play the following week. I was just like looking at Steam charts and stuff, so I didn't actually play anything. Then last week, I just played chess to try to get to 1500, which at least I did, but I shouldn't have to sacrifice another format to do it. Even when I'm still doing it sort of off stream and recording it and doing it that way, that's still not enough. So today I thought, in celebration of the whole GOAT challenge and everything that is so all the rage this last couple days, I figured I should do, I'll try out some variants. I'll probably just do chess 960 actually, considering how I don't have a ton of time. But yeah, then next week I should definitely try to actually do an actual game, because it's not like I haven't done variants before this. In fact, I don't think I did this one too much, but I always used to love Chaturanga and things like that. And it's actually kind of weird to even call Chaturanga a variant, because arguably chess is itself a variant of Chaturanga. You could look at it that way, you know, just the older version of it. And so the point is that basically, you know, I always used to like those almost even more than chess, because at some point, see, even when you're young and you're playing chess for the first time and you're like, you're not really super an expert on it, there's a lot of propaganda that gets pushed out there about chess. It's like, you realize even at that point, when you're not good and you don't know openings or anything like that, you realize there's sort of that innate stale structure to the game that people always try to fight and resist, even though even the best players of the past have always said the same thing that I said without even, you know, needing to know all that or hear about it. It's like, Capablanca was afraid of the draw debt, so he makes fairy chess. Bobby Fischer hated opening theory, so he makes chess 960. It's like, even the best players are telling you this, but anybody can see it. And people always hide behind that, well, you're not that good, or, oh, if it's that easy, why don't you just do it? That's not a question. It's more so about what the measure of the game is. Like, if it comes down to memory and you're just memorizing these lines, one of the biggest shocking moments with that for me was always like, I heard that, oh, these super GMs are doing opening prep for like the world championship and stuff like this. And it's like, what the fuck does that mean? Because like they're super GMs. Why would they need to do that? They already know openings by heart. But what they really mean is, oh, we're going deep into the middle game with all these super elaborate lines that are extensions of those most common openings or something like that. And so the point is that even as well as they know it, it still comes down to just memorizing sequences of moves and things like that. But that's why I always say, like, it doesn't mean that it's easy to do. It just means that it comes down to something that's arguably not as satisfying. So it's not a question of, or arguably you could use that as an excuse, like that's why you commit to, that's why you would want to commit to doing it or not, because then you realize it's sort of a stale nature of it. So it doesn't mean it's easier that you can do it. It means that, again, the process is what's being called into question, where it's kind of a little bit stale and repetitive, and so much of it is memory based. And so that's why I even defer sometimes to the, like, I would rather play in the Paul Morphy era, and I might still suck and be a clown, and I'd be destroyed, but at least then it feels like what you're coming up with is more organic, because you wouldn't have had all these modern resources and books and everything. It would have been a little more innate. So everything that people are doing, it's like they wouldn't be studying as much as they'd be like trying to come up with new ideas, and like, oh, I'm gonna do something that nobody's ever done before and take a chance and see if it actually works. And you would have to do it a lot more manually, right? So that in itself is more fun and improvisational and things like that. So a lot of the time it just comes down to, that's why when somebody's better than you, they can beat you blindfolded, not because, oh, they're so much better than you and you suck. It's because they know the game so well, they're practically playing it in their head. And there is some sort of tie-in with visualization that I almost find kind of funny as somebody who's so into psychology. I never would have thought about it like that, but the best chess players are basically seeing the chessboard in their head. They're sort of visualizing it like a memory palace or something like that. So if you can get it to the point where you can see that, then it makes it much easier to calculate, because you obviously don't have to see. Most people don't do that. When you're simply playing chess, right, you're just looking at the board and just thinking about immediately what's happening on the board. You're not thinking like 5 moves ahead, or even trying to, even if it would just take you longer. You're not picturing the board and the movement and all these kind of things. So it's almost stupid that it comes down to that, but it's like the ultimate nerd commit thing. It's like, if you really wanted to take a board game this seriously, you could, but the question isn't your ability to do that people take for granted because they think chess is their whole life or whatever. Everyone's as obsessed with it as they are, or it's like their career, which is almost unfair to compare, when for some people it's just a recreational activity. But no, on the flip side, it's like, you could do it if you really wanted to, but that's the question. Do you really want to? Do you really want to treat a board game like a job? So there is something to that as well. But no, we'll try out this 960 thing. And the one thing that I'll look at some of these other things that I can maybe plan for next week. Like, so many things haven't worked out for the Saturday format. That's why. On one hand, I haven't had enough time. On the other hand, I've looked at these like games that are about to go offline that I often would choose from, and there's nothing that really stands out to me. I would have done Spec Ops, but it's already gone. So now I would have to get it on console. And then like I was going to do something on here, but just nothing caught my attention, like some Grand Blue thing or Enshrouded, or I was going to do PvZ3, but then it's not available in the US market. It's only available in test markets, and so therefore I don't think you can actually play it here, or maybe you can, but I haven't been able to find it. Release date, soft launch February 10th. Soft launch in February 2020. Like, it's only in certain countries, but I feel like I read that a long time ago. Or no, it already is like that, but so I couldn't play that because of the region thing. I couldn't play Spec Ops because it was already gone by the time I saw it. Then I didn't want to play whatever Grand Blue and Enshrouded, and then what other things, like, I don't know, I just couldn't really decide on anything to do as far as something new or whatever. But yeah, we'll go ahead, we'll do this, and then I'll just do some sort of a loop thing here. Which one did I want? Yeah, I always used to love variants, and obviously there's a deeper meaning to why they're fun too, because it comes down to less that people are going to study them. But I mean, even over time, you're going to see where people do metagame that, but there's only so much you can do, or there's only so much people are really going to be able to do. But it'd be interesting to see one of those take over as even being more dominant than chess itself, to the extent that obviously I doubt that would happen, but that's all it would take is like it catches on and everything. Or yeah, the one thing I saw with the goat challenge itself that I found kind of weird is there were all these kind of rules with castling that I don't remember ever anybody using stuff like that. Like for example, you know, you can castle in such and such situation, or there's all these kind of other complex rules. The only way to castle that I remember people applying just on an improvisational level is like it only works if the king and the rook happen to be in those same positions. So regardless where everything else is, if the king happens to appear here and the rook is there or there, right, then you could do it if you just move all the other pieces out of the way, right? There was no other rule to it. So only if the king happens to start on a starting space would that be allowable. So let's go ahead and do this. And I almost want to do a 10-minute game, but maybe I shouldn't. I don't know. Like, you would think it would have hyped everybody up in this regard with respect to, or you can just find people doing it. Like a lot of people would be wanting to do it because, oh my goodness, this Go challenge, as if these things haven't been around for a long time. It's like with modding in games, it's like it makes it sort of farcical. Like, who's to say which version of chess is the best? There's so many of these ones out there, and people will say, oh, it's because of complexity or something like that. But you know, shogi is more complicated than chess. Go is arguably more complicated, so you're not measuring it that way. So like, what consistent criteria are you using to say what is the best measure? And that's why these variants sort of pull it over your eyes. Like, there's so many of them, so that any one of them could be more complex or objectively better or more interesting than chess. So who's to say? But people sort of just get stuck on one thing just because, right? They assume it's because, oh, the reason why it must be the dominant one is because everybody takes it for granted, right? Like you blindly take it for granted. Yeah, I'm not even looking at the position, I'm just playing it like a normal position, which you shouldn't do that. 699, what a fitting one to start with. 69, haha. So let's look at the vulnerabilities of this position. We can open the Dark Star Bishop here. Yeah, this makes it more about a lot of other elements that are not quite as definable or whatever the case may be. So the problem is I'm going to be tempted like to not even develop here or something. I don't know. You got like a nasty check maybe there. You can't really do a whole lot about. Yeah, it gives a disadvantage to black the same way that even normal chess does, but it can sometimes be stupid, right? Like where the queen could get trapped or something, so they just trap yours first. I don't know how it can really balance for things like that, but you're stopping the checks from that. He's attacking there. Doesn't really bother me too much. Like, I'll just ignore it. You know, you would almost have a trap position if not for that, obviously. Now, if you were to do it here and then take, so he would obviously take first, which is not super advantageous to me even, but okay, maybe he just, I don't see what's even so bad. So many times people resign against me, even when it doesn't seem like I'm winning, but they just give me too much credit. Or yeah, how does the engine even do this? Like, the engine's not I guess it's just looking at the position the same way that it would a normal position, like, but some of these positions wouldn't even be possible to occur, or they'd just be super unlikely. Like, why would you ever do this? You're casting like the queen as the king here. But yeah, it's always awkward with the rooks because they're always like so, the value of rooks is often so dependent on the ability to castle to get them out. So if you remove castling from the game, which in large part this format technically would do that, right? I kind of dislike what they were trying to do in the Go format. The rule with castling should be simply that. Like here, you wouldn't be able to castle because the king's here. So you just can't do it. It would have to start on the proper square, and it would have to you know, have the rook there. So this would be a legal castle if the king was on the correct square, and you just move the other things out of the way. That kind of makes more sense because you're not trying to force it. If it happens, it happens. Otherwise, it's just kind of incidental. So yeah, I think I'll just stick to this one. That's 960, 5 minutes. You got the two knights in the middle. It's actually not that bad as a starting position because you can just, you don't want them to be in the middle anyway, so you'll just move them away from that. The king's in the same spot actually as before. Yeah, this is more fun to just see like what kind of interesting ideas do you come up with rather than trying to force it in some weird half-ass thing where it just comes down to borrowed knowledge and things like that. Which again, I'm sure people will still treat this like that, but it's exactly what I said with like Season of Discovery, what they were trying to do with WoW. Oddly enough, it's like everybody wants to metagame everything and act like, oh, it's just such old news and everything is so obvious, even though they've had years and decades to, you know, sort of theory craft and figure everything out. So then you just change everything up, and then people can't do that because, you know, you're sort of pulling the rug out and they didn't have as much time to prepare for it, and it's just so there's this fallacy of newness that people always do, which I even say like with, you know, oh, you don't want to watch this movie, let's say, because it's new, or I mean because it's not new. Okay, he's got a fork impending here. I wonder if that's actually what he was going for, and if he actually thought about that, that would have been actually impressive. Like these guys would have played thousands of games in this format, which it doesn't even show up on here, does it? Like, you know, you would say, oh, you don't want to watch this movie because it's old, but then I would say like you get the little V-shaped structure at least, but if you haven't seen it, it's new to you, so why does it matter? So it's the same thing with the whole metagaming mindset, the idea that basically you'd be in a position where, you know, the only reason why the game seems so like, oh, it's old news and it's solvable and everybody knows everything and all this kind of stuff, the reason that kind of traps the rook in here is the real problem, that the king can't go anywhere. Or they think because I'm a streamer I'm smurfing or I'm so good or something, even though I obviously suck. You can't really double take there, but it's okay. I don't know. Bring this to the open file. It is kind of an awkward position, but in some ways that makes it more fun and interesting. Like, I'd love to play actually like 2,000 rated chess players like this, and I'm sure they would still beat you, but they would struggle a lot more because it wouldn't be so obvious. Or like I saw Anna Cramling beat somebody one time who's like a super GM in some stupid format like this just because the position was so busted. Right? It wasn't something they were normally used to and that they studied their whole life. Or again, I love that about super GMs. Like, they study openings their whole life, but they still have to prep them for the world championship or whatever. It's like, why should that be necessary? This isn't like pinned down to anything. You could give a check, but there's nothing to take. I don't really know where to put this. The too many moves for the knight are often liability moves, where it either blocks something and just gets in the way, or it does it in such a way that you keep getting pushed back and he can't fight back and things like that. You go ahead. We try to take that one. If you take, I take. I guess if you put this there, that could pose a problem, but then we go like this. And then if he takes. This is the real threat actually in mind, just for the simple fact that now you would need the freedom to be able to move this. So if you take there, I take there, you take there, I take there. I'm never very good with these arrows. But yeah, I don't know whether I should analyze these or not, whether they count with, oh, it's the dice icon. I don't know why I thought it was something different. Or like why it actually said 960, like as the icon. So this pawn is actually pretty annoying for me. And of course, this shows you my very passive style of play, that I'm not trying to, you know, I'm almost comfortable in this claustrophobic way. I would take there, he would take there, I would take there. He wouldn't be able to take, so he has to move this. Why does everybody leave? Like, what? His thing's not trapped or anything. Everything's fine. But no, yeah, like by pulling the rug out. So it's like, oh, this game is such old news and everybody knows everything about it. But that's just because it's been out for so long and people have taken the time to do it. It's almost a badge of honor that people have taken the time to figure everything out down to an exact science. That shows you how much they like it. That doesn't mean it's not complicated or something like that. People get so offended when you say that about chess, but it's like, the reality is that, yeah, what a one to start on though, 69. The point is that basically you're in a position where it's like the best players get so bored of the game because they're so good at it that they almost effectively solve it for human purposes. So like Bobby Fischer gets bored, so he has to make his own version of the game, or, you know, Capablanca is so dominant that he has to, entertain himself by coming up with something different, which in any other sense would be arbitrary. Like, oh, let's just make the board 2 squares bigger. Why not 4 bigger? Why not 10 bigger? Why not, you know, let's add some fairy pieces. Why not just add some, you know, there's so many different ways you can do it that... Now, how does it know that's a blunder, though? How does it know? Like, you can't tell me that the engine knows what it's doing any more than I do with this one, which obviously it does, but some of these positions would not be super established in any meaningful sense. But yeah, just because something's been out for a long time, that's the reason why it seems maybe more simple than it is. In and of itself, that doesn't make it any better or worse, right? So then there's this bias towards newness for that reason alone. Like, oh, because it's new, it's therefore better. Or, oh, because it's new, it's like something... does it actually show that on this as an option? Like, oh, that's kind of cool. So you could be like the top rated player here and you'd always be on the thing. That's 960. Like, let's see who... 2100, 2300. Those almost seem deflated in a way compared to the regular ratings, which are more inflated. Yeah, that's one thing that's sad about the chess is they don't have Chaturanga and some of the other variants. That would be one reason why I'd feel compelled to play on chess.com, even if I am sort of banned from there by my own volition of failing my permadeath challenges so many times that I have to keep deleting my account and stuff. A layered analysis. I don't know why they're showing a planet there. But yeah, basically, that's the point, is that it doesn't make something worse just because it's older and just because it seems like everything's figured out about it. And therefore, that doesn't make something better just because it's new. It's like, you know, if you're playing something blind, you wouldn't know what to do anyway. But there's always this sort of bar knowledge bias that people have where, you know, oh, it's been out for so long and people have done all these videos on it or done all these kind of theory crafting and stuff on it, and so therefore that makes it more simple. Or how could you not know this simple thing that nobody would have known right away? So I kind of don't like that. I'm not saying you have to play it blind, but you sort of lose the purity of it a little bit, or you again mistake borrowed knowledge as your own and things like that. So something as simple as this can just sort of mix it up to where, you know, it throws out all that stuff out the window, and now all of a sudden you spend your whole life studying theory and now you realize how useless that is because you actually still suck just because, you know, that's all it is. It's just memorization, and that's what it's largely based on. So I don't know if we really won any of those first 2 games in any impressive sense. It didn't really seem like we were in that great of a position, but maybe I'm not even realizing the value of it myself. I mean, I'm only a 1500 rated player, which on here I guess is really serious business, but why do they do all these stupid increment things? Like, even this is technically a variant, but it doesn't appear there, I guess, just because I'm the one doing it, or what? Yeah, that you would think this would have an explosion in popularity for that reason alone. Bro thinks he's Magnus. Like, everybody's trying to copy off this. You're playing Genshin? Nice. Yeah, I gotta make a series out of that one day when I have time. Or I tried to play Honkai Star Trail, or Star Rail, and I couldn't even get it to work the whole time. So I have to do like an actual proper session of that one day. A lot of people look down on it just because of the art style and stuff, but it actually seems like a pretty good game. It just becomes fodder for people to make fun of as like this cutesy Japanese type of thing. And I didn't know those 2 games were actually associated with each other, but I guess you can't be too surprised. Like, I played obviously those 2 in back-to-back weeks. Maybe one made me think of the other just because of the art style, but I didn't actually know the same company made it or whatever. It's part of the same Hollowverse. Okay, why is this taking so long? I mean, I guess I could just do the 5 + 5. Yeah, it's telling me what it is. Like, I just won 2 games in a row. I'm clearly an expert on it. Like, here you wouldn't be able to castle either because the rook is in the wrong position, right? So I don't know whether it works differently in this sense or not. As much as I hate the knights, they're always the easiest to develop at the beginning because, you know, you don't have to worry about moving the pawns or anything. So that's the one advantage. And also they're the worst piece, so you may as well get them out of the way first. So it kind of aligns with that way of thinking. You could double stack my pawn here, which is not too big of a deal, but here you have to be even more careful with the queen than you normally are, as far as don't move it a lot in the opening, because there could be all sorts of other dangers and traps that exist here only in this format. I was on 242 ping in EU server, and now I'm on 74 on Chinese. Interesting. Or yeah, that's the annoying thing with games like that sometimes, is like you could be trying to play it like me, where it's like a single player experience. Like I'm not trying to play it online or whatever, but it still forces you to. And even what pisses me off more with that, like sure, you could have connection issues and you could have disconnects, and that could get me killed in my first playthrough permadeath run because the DC would count and all these kind of other things. But even beyond that, then one day you'll have to face the sad reality that the game might go offline and you'll never be able to play it again, even though it's not online, or even though you don't want to play it online. So I hate that element. Even in the digital age, nothing lasts forever. So like this, I keep looking at those delisted games, and one of them is, you know, people are getting pissed about some VR game. Right, where is it? Oh, I thought I just saw it. There was some VR game that they're taking offline, and it's like, it's not even an online game, but yet they still, you're not going to be able to play it anymore. That's so stupid. It's not even that you're choosing not to play it online. It isn't even online in the first place. So everything has a shelf life to it, and then people make fun like, oh, well, haha, you should have just played it when you had the chance. But you might not have had the chance because, you know, you can't play every game all the time, and you're not going to know which ones might go offline randomly. So that's always an insecurity. In fact, that's part of the whole reason why I even did the Saturday format in the first place. Not that today really reflects it very well, but just to play all these games that I missed out on or I might not get the chance to play because they are going to get delisted. It's just so stupid how that works. So we could put this here, try to trade it. That's always a tried and true. Oh fuck, I fucked up. Or no, I didn't. Or I did, because I forgot about the odd placement of the bishop there. But basically, you died in the water. Yeah, I don't know whether that should count as dying or not for my purpose, because I did technically drown in that. Like, I don't know whether that's actually what the game over screen looks like, because I've never seen the game over screen. Okay, now I have to overcome a major deficit here. I'm giving this guy odds because I'm just so good. He's 1800 though in another format, but that's not really why he has a lead here. Okay, let me bring the queen out and try to do something here. Yeah, where did I just see that? It was like dead and buried, I think. Dead and buried going offline, right? And so now if you look at it, they're taking away dead and buried too. This is what happens when you rent software. We're going to lose a bunch of great games that we started with. Unspoken. We are reaching out to let you know that Dead and Buried will no longer be supported. You can continue to play until 11:59. But again, you already bought the game or paid for it, so why should you have to deal with that? It's so random. Like, okay, this knight's gonna be a liability all day. Damn, I should have taken this more seriously from the beginning. Like, that was an easily identifiable mistake there, as most mistakes at this level in chess are. But like, I could never beat this guy in a rapid game. 1800. I'm getting my ass beat by 1500 sometimes. So clearly he is a opening theory expert on all these kind of things that won't save you here. Imagine how stupid it would make you feel. Like, you've studied the game your whole life just so you can lose to some clown like me in some random format like this. Like, I'll beat you on time if nothing else. I had one of the most troll victories ever, where like I have a bishop and a king and nothing else, but he times out and it's not insufficient material just because of what he has on the board. So there's some hypothetical way to see that like you would still be able to mate them if they put their pawns in exactly the right spot, which you know is never going to happen, but just it gives you the benefit of the doubt there. Because I was even expecting it to be a draw, and I was almost happy with it just to escape with the draw, because he had like 3 passed pawns or something left. And like a piece too. Not exactly sure what he's doing there, but anywhere he goes I should probably be able to trade for it, except for a couple of those. You have to hope that he blunders a piece right back. Yeah, everything is treated like it's an MMO in this day and age, even if it's not. Always online, connectivity issues, servers go down, the game gets taken offline forever. All these dumb elements that you have to deal with. Yeah, like VR games. Like, I'm not ready to fucking do VR games yet. So, or like I wouldn't want to do them on stream or whatever. So I wouldn't play a game like that normally. But now I'd feel pressured to just because, oh, it's going offline and you'll never be able to play it again. At least with emulation and stuff, that helps to preserve stuff. But then again, that whole idea is like, you know, it's a lot harder to do with stuff like that in VR or whatever. Or like older versions of games. Like with these MMOs that you constantly have expansions for and stuff, you know, you miss out on the old expansion, so now you'll never get to play it. And they'll say, oh, you think you do, but you don't, like with WoW. So that's always interesting that, like, you know, it's not even that the game goes offline, but the version of the game that you want to play or that you never got a chance to play might have gone offline there. So now this is actually good because of the Octopus Night capability that it's giving you. So that might make up for the lost night that I just wondered. Because the only thing that can push it out is his own nights, which you got to kind of keep that out of arm's reach, but it might be difficult to do that. Yeah, I might have actually cheated in that Genshin Impact run just because I thought, or because I didn't know whether the drowning should count. So I guess I could restart yet again and play through that same goddamn intro again, like for the third time, if I go to play it again. That happened in like Amnesia. I fell off like a cliff and then I appeared back at the top, so I didn't know whether that should count as a death or not. And then because it happened so fast, I didn't know whether it was supposed to be scripted or not, or like I fell down and then it advanced me further into the thing, so it gave me the benefit of the doubt. So the act of dying by falling down actually makes you just skip ahead, and then you kind of like, I don't know, you kind of wouldn't know. So then I keep playing for like an hour and then I realize at the end of the episode, oh, technically I died. Now if you were to move this somewhere that would be consequential, then you could take this, but not really. I mean, the only comfort zone here is the time element. Look how fast I am compared to an 1800 rated player who's played almost 6,000 games. Something about this shows you how innately good I must be, because, oh fuck, I'm just so dumb that I'm not seeing the basic covers that are present here, which has nothing to do really with the variant itself. Again, with only 47 seconds left, maybe you can do something. Even here, you still wouldn't really want to take. And we lose sort of the Octopus Knight position. Yeah, whatever, we'll just keep moving back and forth a little bit. Thankfully, his queen isn't as engaged as it maybe could be. Right, like as long as you keep the knight there, it's going to be hard to push it out. He has to try to trade. That's what I would try to do, is just try to trade the knight for the thing here. Now at least if he takes, I take. He takes, I still take. Now, this arguably hurts me to the extent that, well, it hurt. Wow, I'm playing like really bad, but he missed the point. He could have just taken there. Like, trading doesn't help me here, so why should I do it? Right, when he's the one low on time. As if he could really do this in 30 seconds. Now we got to cover this with the other pawn, ideally. But yeah, this is not a very honorable way to win, but I mean, it's the best they can do, and it's his fault for being so slow. Don't you know that speed is the most important thing when you're playing a game basically for the first time and you don't know what you're doing? Or I guess in this case, it's not really for the first time, but it's just, you know, like this version of it. Yeah, even when people say that about chess, oh, it has this infinite variety and this and that, you could still say that here too, because this has way more variety than even chess, because the starting positions vary so much. So each starting position has as many possibilities as the one starting position in chess innately does. You could check there. I don't know. I find it very unlikely that you'd be able to mate me here or do much of anything, honestly. You take there, like I'm really throwing so hard, and it's almost like I panic in that same sense as far as time. He is bringing his pieces in, so I should almost just move the king away. I'd be amazed if you could do it, but I mean, this is why he chooses that stupid cheese increment. See, he wouldn't have been able to. Okay. He ruined my strategy. I forgot that we had the fucking stupid increment here. And I don't actually use my time. That's one of my big weaknesses. He's made a lot of base banal mistakes, though. Like, just very obvious things that he could have taken the other piece there. But that was his whole master plan. Make me think that I'm going to win because of time, but then you end up in a position where basically you kind of you do it because of the increment. Like, that's so stupid. But anyway, I blundered the piece early on. That's the only reason why it happened there. I hope this doesn't mess up my stats in the regular thing, but it should count both as blitz and a different variant, so it actually shouldn't matter that way. Oh yeah, I keep forgetting to change this. But these games, I guess, aren't that really long, so maybe it doesn't matter.
Go on the adventure.
Yeah, where did I see that if it wasn't on the delisted site? This is just one of the biggest trigger points possible. Like, look at all these games that you'll never get to play because you just... I don't mind the whole, like, oh, you lose the online feature or whatever, but it's one thing if you... What, are we losing Friday the 13th game overall? Would expire at the end of 2023. Will be removed from sale. Continue to be playable for existing players for at least 1 year after that date. And you should always be able to do it in like a couch co-op sense. So even after all this, I still won't know what to play necessarily for next week. I'll just make this format a fucking chat/just chatting / variant format instead of anything else. Talk, like what the hell is that? And the reason why something could be trending here, like, oh, this game has been out for years, is just because maybe some big streamer plays it and everyone goes to snipe them or something, or they just play it because of them, right? If XQC or somebody does something, it'll blow up just for that reason alone, not because it's like a new game or a new update or anything like that. So there's such an incentive behind that. Even if you don't pay, this was one of the games actually I was looking at, even if you don't pay a streamer to do it or sponsor them, you could just like give them some sort of incentive to do it. Like, oh, this game has some sort of built-in chat functionality, or like party hard or whatever. So therefore it creates like a streamer fodder bait type of thing. Or there's certain games that are just inherently baiting for that element, like Super Seducer or whatever, just because of the style. Definitely a trend here, indies versus AAA. Team-wide playtime, indies versus AAA. Other indie. I mean, it's still going up. You can't really judge it like that. Like, what point is he trying to make there? Just that... what, indie games suck or something? Or people aren't playing them enough? And so many of them are the same fucking multiplayer things over and over. But I guess Pal World is a... oh, maybe that's what he's pointing to. No, but this is from fucking 2014. Why would those still be showing here? What, like they didn't tweet from 2014 to 2021? Ran out of disk space and you're never to be seen again. But yeah, these are pretty good sites just to find ideas of things to play, but yet I'm still struggling to actually do it. APB Reloaded. I don't know. Obey Me is what? January 14th. They're like, I always see these once they're already gone. Or no, wait, how? Oh, that it would... yeah, see, this guy's kind of been slacking. He used to post them ahead of time. Now he posted on the 13th that is gone on the fucking 15th, so I wouldn't have any time to do it. Final sale from 6 to 14. Last chance to grab the game. But why would it matter? Why would you buy the game if you can't play it anymore? Or maybe you would still be able to play it, but it's just delisted. There's always such stupid reasons that it happens for, too. Like... it'll be because oh shit, this is gonna be too fast. It'll be because of some dumb format, like, or like a licensing issue with the music or something like that. See, like here you can cancel and you should be able to legally, even within whatever rule set they might have. despite whatever other conditions you might be able to castle under too. The Croatian Sensation, that's a good one. That's like a name you'd give to a boxer, like the Italian Stallion type of shit. Do they give these kind of hokey names to the chess players? Like Notterbeck is the world's first 2900, even though he's not there yet. That's his nickname, apparently. So let's see what we can do here. And I'm going to keep clowning Ding and making my predictions as far as him choking. And like, I guarantee you, I would bet anything on the fact that he would not retain his title. It doesn't even matter who he plays. Like, the likelihood of him actually repeating and defending his title as champion is not going to happen. And you might think, oh, you know, people are being mean to him and calling him a choker and stuff like that. Even though I said that before that championship even happened. Just because he's had a tendency to choke in general. Oh, I could have canceled there. That was the whole point. But see, he castled the wrong way then. You shouldn't be allowed to do that. Yeah, what fucking sense does that make, dude? You can do all these cheeky ones that I was talking about. But no, it's like... it's like basically... Oh, fuck. What was I saying? Oh yeah, Ding. Like, heavy lies the crown, and with great power comes great responsibility. Like, you have to live up to that standard, which he clearly hasn't done. Like, he seemed to almost win on a fluke, which again, there is no luck in chess. It's just a question of Nepo sort of out-choked him, so what can you do? But already people were questioning it. It's like, oh, Magnus isn't playing, so that's the only reason why you would win or whatever. Yeah, this is a really claustrophobic, annoying position to be in. He didn't even see that that was takeable, but now he does. Oh, this is horrible what I've done here. I can't protect that. Holy shit. But this guy does an illegal castle that I don't even acknowledge in the game. Like, that's not fair. I should have canceled the other way, though, obviously. Okay, this one just got off to a very rough start, but my development was so bad. Like, has this just not been covered like the whole time and he's just not doing anything about it? Like, who is ever covering that knight? Oh, the Dark Square Bishop. I guess I can cover it now. I'm only minus, I guess, more than I thought. 644. Yeah, now take this variant and apply it to some other variant like Fairy Chess or Chaturanga. So now you can do Chaturanga 960. Like, why isn't Chaturanga more popular as a game? Is it because it's already been solved? Is it because people already know it like the back of their hand? Like, it's not complicated enough, or what? I've never been given like a clear reasoning on it. Like, everybody would mock it, but it's like, okay, then go try to play it. Like the same reason of checkers. Like, for example, the idea that, oh, checkers isn't that hard and so easy compared to chess and it's for idiots and this and that. But also, if you were to go against the world's best checkers player, you'd probably get destroyed. So it's not going to live up to, you know, that's the same ad hominem stuff people say with chess. Like, you could say, oh, chess is a solvable game and it has all these problems with it, or all these limitations, and the majority of games end in draws. But then people say, oh, well, then why can't you do it? The same thing with checkers. Like, you wouldn't be as good at checkers as the best player in the world, even if you studied it for years. But people will still make fun of it. Damn, I'm surprised there's not more people doing this. Okay, we'll do like one more, I guess. Yeah, this was just sort of another throwaway thing, and I still don't even know what to play even after that. But like, so many of these games are still playable even after they go offline, but you just can't get them anymore. Because it's like, oh, they're dropping support or this or that. This guy's actually a patron of the website, so if we lose, he's getting some sort of special treatment from the thing. That's why he became white. Imagine if that was actually a controversy. Like, they give like some boost, you get white at a higher ratio in chess. That would be the one competitive advantage you could give somebody in chess, right? Because you buy into the site and it comes out later that that's a benefit. So now apparently you should still be able to castle here, even as stupid as that is. Yeah, that's the dumbest element, that they would ruin even that. It really shouldn't be all these other rules. That they just invent ways to castle that aren't really legal in any other sense. The whole premise is that the pieces should not have had to move, right? If the king has moved, well, I mean, I guess in this context they wouldn't have moved, but like, these are not in the right spot, so no matter how you do it, you shouldn't be able to move it. The attacks that's okay. I could even do this, I guess. Fine. It's too tempting in this to just move stuff randomly, but you know, at least my sense of purpose, if you don't have any other plan or strategy, your purpose could just be, okay, I want to just trade. So that's the only rhyme or reason that I have for what I'm doing half the time. Like, now he has to cover this with something which he mathematically seemingly can't even do. Or no, he can go like there. But it is an Octopus Knight. We've gotten in actually a couple of these games. It's the perfect double knight attack, even as much as I always mock them for lack of synergies. So now this is factually, objectively impossible to cover. There's nothing he can do about it. Right? The best he can do is maybe pose some other threat to distract me from it. But we objectively win a pawn here. Or fuck. Come on, bro. He does the unthinkable and actually just moves the piece, which I didn't even consider as a possibility. Okay, he's just going to keep harassing it with the pawn. So this is where everybody hates the knights, because they make them themselves too easy of a target. But you still should be preserving this Octopus Knight position, if nothing else. That still didn't really even accomplish anything for him. You would actually have a fork opportunity here, but let's see if he's going to see it. He doesn't. But he baits me with a trade, I guess, instead, to try to distract me. But I mean, this was in a pretty undesirable spot anyway, so even if it wasn't a fork, you would have been able to guarantee the take on there anyway. So that's good. Just the king becomes a little bit too vulnerable here, but it's not like these people really know exactly what they're doing with it. And that's actually ironic. What I almost liked to do on stream back in the day when I would play chess is I would either do variants or something else, or I would just play chess for very short periods of time. So I would have thought that, oh, if I had more time to play, I would prefer, like, I would be the type of person to only play variants and try to commit to those and enjoy that, like how much I like chaturanga and stuff. But the sad part with that is the simple fact that basically I got so pissed with how bad I was at just regular chess that I said, okay, first I'll get to like 2,000 plus, and then I'll do those for fun. Like, you have to be good enough to at least, you know, enjoy the experience overall, and then you can do it. But you know, I was so bad that I want to at least get to a comfortable spot, and then I'd feel ready to do something else. Yeah, that was like almost my primary intent or goal, is just like, yeah, I'll just do variants and that'd be fine. That's more fun than the game itself, where it doesn't feel like it relies, again, as much on years of studying and theory and things of that nature. He's hung a lot of pieces, but okay. Again, this is the lack of comfort with the position of the king and so forth, that you just kind of put yourself in a bad spot there. So what was my overall record with this? I won the first two, but they kind of just resigned in ways that didn't seem like actually that good. Let me actually maybe do one more just to try to even my score. Yeah, so many of the things that are happening are not really like all that impressive or earned or anything like that. If I just pay a little more attention, or I would have beaten that guy on time too, I guarantee it, if he didn't have the stupid increment. But then he starts to cheese with it towards the end, so that's why it kind of ruins the game. Alright, come on, don't abort here. We at least need the advantage of being white, which again, I get the feeling that that would actually be far more important here. But maybe that's just like some sort of placebo effect. Like, it is still always an advantage, but... What am I doing? I can't even blame the positions for this. I'm just not thinking. That's always a good logical razor at the beginning of a game, is just to harass the knights, but then it sometimes does get your pawns in sort of fucked up positions, but... You could take that in check, and you shouldn't really be able to protect it, but somehow these people end up being escape artists, like... Fucking stupid. So now I can't really move the other knight, so I can go like this, go like I would be trying to do this to try to bait a trade or something for that, but it's just too slow. Even if he takes that, it's fine because you would still reinforce it with the pawn here. Hard to say which of those takes is really better, but you don't want to open that up, I guess, or maybe you do because then you would undouble the pawn or something. I don't know. Yeah, we bailed that last guy out with a mate that he clearly didn't deserve. We can still do it. It shouldn't be a big deal, but I am sort of fiending for trades even harder than usual. Now you'll get this little fucking diamond-shaped pawn structure that's very questionable, but it could arguably be good if you take advantage of, whatever, the presence of the knight here or something like that. We'll get our V-shaped structure on the other side. Look at this new meta that we're creating. Because, like, yeah, really, what could you do about this as long as you have the one anchor pawn? It does sort of work. Especially if you're like me and you like to just keep them in the same place forever. Now you go like that, he feels compelled to take because otherwise he loses the knight. So if he takes, I take. Or this. Now he can't move the knight, but unfortunately I can't really do anything to it. Or I guess maybe that's not as good as what I thought. He pins it down, doesn't really matter. His own queen has been very inactive. How the fuck can you do that? Like, that's so cheap. I should almost do it as like a hard won condition that I'm not allowed to castle in these kind of dumb ways. So he's only up by +6, and he's being very patient with the queen, maybe even too patient. Damn, I'm playing like even worse here than usual. Whether it's because of the speed of it or you get like kind of too comfortable or something somehow. Hard to say. But you become far more prone to make mistakes when you're actually in a lead, or at least I have that very bad tendency. You can't actually block it with the queen either. You block it with the knight, but then I still can't take it. Okay, let's see what kind of crazy mating idea he comes up with. See, at least here you have the cushion of time to know that you could potentially win on time, even if that's not, you know, pertinent right now. Just theoretically, it's at least a fixed, raw, measurable value that you can do. I don't know. This is kind of going nowhere. Only a 5 advantage, so it's not that big of a deal. The best for him is if he can just check and trade, force a trade on the queen here. At some point you could just piss him off adequately to do this. Or if that was spread out more, what you could maybe do is like, you could take, then check, and then take, but it's not really going to work. Fortunately, there's not much you can do there. Now you give him some free reign to sort of move that and then attack this, but it's maybe not that big of a deal. He's been very inactive with a lot of his pieces, like the queen sat for a long time, the whatever other thing sat for a long time. The rook got like an octopus rook over here, but it should still be fine. Like, look how hard it is to actually mate somebody. This is what the position I always find myself in. Like, forget about the fact that it's 960, forget about the fact of the rating. It's just like he's in a winning position, but it's still going to take him forever to actually do something. And there's a good chance he could still fuck up. Or now you're giving him this. This is where time just sort of breaks my immersion with the game a little bit, to the extent that, you know, like, you even have time too, but it just kind of is something I don't even want to think about. I don't want to let it come down to that, so then I try to go too fast. And it's still going to take him like a fucking hour to do this. Yeah, let me have it just to make the game interesting. Wait, he actually did that. Fuck. Okay. But yeah, see, I even canceled in sort of a cheese way, so then I obviously threw on purpose, because that wouldn't have been fair to win like that. Because... But no, I hope this doesn't hurt my play going into the next fucking thing. Because I was actually doing pretty good, and I finally got it to 15, but I guess you can't measure it like this. I'm clearly an expert on openings, and that carries me all the way through, which sadly is at least true probably to some of these players that I play, because I've just seen certain things so many times that it does become sort of instinctive, and that's basically just chess in a nutshell right there. Yeah, this was sort of just a filler sort of session, I guess. So next Saturday, I'll at least try to do something. But that's like 4 in a row, or like 3 in a row, where I didn't do anything. So what did I do before that? I did like Power World. Then I did like one where I was just trying to decide what to play the next time. Then I did chess to try to get to 15. And now I did chess just to try to, you know, do the variant in celebration of whatever stupid GOAT format thing that they're doing. Okay, so today I'll continue my little 1500 journey, and it was getting a little uncomfortable. Not even that, oh, you know, you don't belong here, but I got humbled in a certain sense just on the perspective of, I did like a little bit of 960 obviously on my actual live stream, but here just to celebrate the whole GOAT challenge or whatever nonsense was going on there. But I always have been a huge fan of variants, but for now I'm focusing on just the base, you know, trying to improve. But basically, the two things that you would learn from these last couple games is one is a loss and one is a draw, and they were both kind of frustrating. And so what you have to do is you have to study the opening. So what I want to do here is I'll look at these openings and I'll play one game, and then I almost want to do something else that I might upload maybe separately. Like I've had this urge to do some sort of react content, whether it's be like react to a movie or a show or something, but or like a video. The thing is, I don't typically like to show what I'm reacting to, because that feels kind of disingenuous and like almost like you're stealing content, but then that's kind of the way that people like to do it, just sort of living vicariously, and you are sort of stealing it, and that's okay, and you can just kind of get away with it, whatever. But I'll do like some short, even like a little short session of doing that, because I want to just kind of get in the routine of it, because that's sort of what I've learned over the course of doing videos or streams or stuff over many, many years, like basically a decade in some form or another, whether it be a debate format, whether it be doing movie reviews, doing permadeath runs, doing, you know, first playthrough permadeaths, doing story games, doing all kinds of other stuff. Is that when you do it on a routine, like even how I always like to stream every day, and that's always my tendency. So like what, you know, I quit streaming in 2019, then I came back in 2021, and then ever since then I've done it every single day. So either I do it every day or I don't do it at all. There's no like halfway, the absolutist measure, kind of like what you have to do with a game like chess to get better at it. But the point is basically when you make a routine out of it, even if you do it for a short period of time, like a little bit, 5 minutes here, 5 minutes there, like one game here, one game there of chess, or even like, you know, you do like, you know, like do one game here, so I can like react to like one thing. It doesn't have to be like a long thing. There was something in fact that came to mind that I wanted to do. I can't remember what it is now though. Whether it be, it might have been like a like a show or something. See, I tried to do like a movie one, but then that takes too long. That's like 2 hours plus, and then I'm gonna want to constantly pause it and stuff, so that becomes difficult. Whereas with at least like a show, you could like do an episode and then all these shows that like I haven't watched because I don't really watch shows at all. So there's a lot that I would have missed out on, like Breaking Bad or something. Let's say movie critic reacts to it, but then I don't like to even edit it up. Like there's one of two things: either you would just show the whole thing, or you would show like some key moments, I guess is what you could do. Show the video and your reaction to that. But I kind of like to show the whole raw reaction. Like I want to show every second of it, like I would do with the movie, and I would just put the timestamp there and react to the whole thing and sort of talk over it. Or even if I paused it, you would kind of know what part I'm paused at and talking about, but I wouldn't actually show it. Let's look through these little cheese clown openings, and then I'll decide something, I guess, to maybe look at briefly. I could just even do like a video just so I get the feel for it. Because see, when you turn it into a routine like that, it becomes very normalized, and then it might turn into something later where you're doing it a lot or whatever. But it's that first step that can be so hard. It's like it's not something I do, so then I'll just never do it, or I'll keep building it up, or it's got to be perfect and whatever. There's always like excuses that people make, like, oh, you need like you want to be a musician, but or whatever, you want to play some instrument, but oh, you don't have the right one, or it's not good enough, or you need like some special thing for it, and you always just keep making these excuses. But you should just do it, and then even if it's not perfect, you can keep improving it, worry about it later. So that's a good routine philosophy to follow. Like just do it in some small form, even if it's not perfect, and then you can always iterate and improve it and change it later. So again, basically here you're supposed to go for the fried liver. So I should think in this basic opening position, if everything is basically developed almost, you go here. But I still don't really get it. Like, let's watch. You go there to try to subvert that, but like, why can't you do that? Why is that so bad? I guess just because you take the pawn. Is that really that big of a deal, though? Because you're worried about getting mated. I guess not, though, because the H file isn't open yet. Well, it turns him into totally defenseless, though. Like, he's just letting me do whatever I want to do. Right? The position must be so bad that the engine is just letting you go with it. So, like, he would castle here, and then you would presumably... Nope, but you don't even do it. I don't get it. You would try to take this first, which would technically allow you to do this. I wonder. Oh, no, it would... That's such a weird... Wait a second. Oh, like the act of moving it would make this a target for the queen. Like, would you really feel comfortable leaving the knight here uncovered in the open enemy territory so that he could unleash, potentially do something, whatever. I guess most unleashes aren't that good, but potentially attacking into it. Like, it's so... And now you're posing like a mating scenario here that is very hard to deal with. Although I guess it's not. What if you just do that? There's too many things going on, but the point is they both did like these cheeky, stupid openings that were like we're getting into that annoying part now where they either know opening super well or they're trying like these gimmicky things and they think they're better than what they are. So you have to be prepared for that and not get tilted by it. And so that can kind of trigger me a little bit. It was sort of a wake-up call that at the very least I felt throughout most of this experience. Like in the last month I've gone from like 13 to 15, but like back to 15, but I haven't been too uncomfortable in the openings. At the very least I felt very safe and like it's not a big deal, so that's fine. But then it still turns into a draw because I don't know how to take advantage of it. Really, this position was very good for me, right? At no point in this game am I losing, and so again, that's still my philosophy of I'm fine with that as long as it's a draw. Like, it's still fine. So I don't get why this move was so consequential. And by the way, just remember, I'm looking at the opening, quote unquote, but this is what it leads to, so I have to look at it. Why is that so much better? Why does that make such a big difference? Like, where this is a blunder and that's not. I don't get it, even as I'm doing it. What? Because then he can't take the knight, I guess. If you go here, you go here, then you go here, then you go here, then he doesn't take the knight. Okay, so that at least makes sense. Try to escape from a situation by giving a check. That's pretty basic. I just have to take my time and whatever. Be especially patient in the opening is the lesson that I learned from those couple of games here. Don't let this guy get to 1500. We'll take great pleasure in denying him that. The same way that so many people would have either denied me or just wasted my time along the way. So this is pretty basic, nothing crazy. He's a little step ahead in terms of the development, but it's not a big deal. That's what you expect from white. It always suits me to be black because I'm not super aggressive in the first place. So the one move that I'm missing here is this, which can only be significant if he poses the threat that way, which since he doesn't do that now, that move is a bit awkward and it hinders the development of the knight a lot. So it's interesting to think about. You want to give my bishop a place to go to. Or actually, see here, now I don't have to. No, but he'll fork the stupid thing. I was going to say I could go here because you don't have to worry about the knight trapping my bishop in there for a trade. But because of that move, I guess you do. Or in fact, I still can't do it. So the only thing that's undeveloped is the light square bishop. The problem is even still in doing this, I still can't fork it. It's actually kind of weird how much this has prevented me from doing that. Or not even fork it. He could fork me. I never really mind this move, but maybe I should. I don't know. Or like I'm so desperate to try to trade that I'm fine with it. Even if you move it up, that's fine. Even if you go here, it's fine. Like everything is fine. Right? This is not the greatest pawn structure for you. I think it probably would suit me more if I was to... This is so weird. Whenever I leave a song like on just playing, it could be anything. I was listening to that You, Me, Nikki thing again. The barracks whatever thing. It's like a creepy song almost. That's used in a lot of YouTube shorts and stuff. And then it goes to Kingdom Hearts, the title of music, Dearly Beloved or whatever. No matter what I'm listening to, it always goes to Dearly Beloved next. It's like my mix or whatever. It does it like automatically. So it's not like I'm choosing for that to play, but I don't think letting him take, I don't know, like the trade fiending is never going to stop. So, but you do get an Octopus Knight here, but again, you don't to the extent that you have to worry about the prospect of him taking it. So this is what I don't like about it. It's covered by the thing anyway, by the light square bishop here. But yeah, that was sort of a fruitless move. Like, unless you were really happy with that take, which I really wouldn't be, there's no reason to really do it. So that was just a waste of a move. Now he's gonna like sack something crazy, but he doesn't have enough pieces around for that to really be consequential. This is why even the one thing that the knight can do that's good is being an Octopus Knight. It's so easily stopped, but I guess that's my fault. That for once I won't blame the piece for that, as shitty as the knight objectively actually is, the worst piece in the game. I can't blame it for my suboptimal Octopus Knight positioning, because if I did it properly, then you wouldn't have to worry about it. Like, I just didn't do it right. You have to make sure nothing else is on the board and sort of acquiesce to it a little better. Then the worst case, this would lead to a trade, but I don't know if I care too much about that. If I do this, he would take. If I do this, it's a very interesting pawn structure, but I'm not sure I fully understand it. Or this is what always ends up happening is I always do this instead of trying to take something, and then it ends up not working to my favor. The reason why I don't feel too threatened by him here, which maybe I should be a little more weary, is because, again, all he has is this one piece in my vicinity. Everything else is undeveloped. The rooks aren't engaged. Like, the most dangerous piece is always the... It's always the... I don't know. It's always the bishop because it's going to do all these crazy threats from angles you can't really always be aware of. I kind of want to move this. I don't know what I want to do, actually. It's just stupid because like yes I'm double attacking him, but it doesn't matter. Like he's fiending for the trade. Like you don't realize who you're really playing against if you're gonna do that. Like do you know who I am in this game? Do you know who you're playing against right now? Like you would never do that if you knew. Like trust me, dude. This is why I can't play viewers because they know me too well. You cannot do that against me. I don't care who you are. I don't care you're a grandmaster. Like that's not the way that you do it. Not saying you won't win if you're a grandmaster, but I'm just saying it's still the wrong way to play. My player profile does not match with what you're doing there. That plays into it too perfectly. All I ever want is to trade pieces. It doesn't matter what the scenario is. It doesn't matter if I'm up material. It doesn't matter if I'm in an aggressive position because I'm never going to take advantage of it. Like at some point you get humbled in chess and lose your confidence with attacking, and so you wouldn't even bother trying to do that. Basically, is my point. So I'm gonna, I don't know what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna raise this just for the sake of it, and the reason why is because I just want to connect the rooks. And so if he moves a knight at any point here, you can like sort of try to push this and make something happen, but it's not going to be super clear. But again, I'm going to be patient. I don't think I played anything too badly there. I certainly am taking my time, so that's the lesson that any of these players can learn. Why am I 15-13 and he's 14-94? Not that that's a big difference, but supposing it was a little bigger difference, it's because I used my time and he didn't. It's not because I'm better than him. It's not because of anything else. It's literally just because I'm arguably more patient that way. It's very hard to foresee what you're going to do with the with the knight here. I don't know. But see, this creates a good threat on the basis of if I take this, not only does it open the king, but it also lets me take this. So even if he threatens that, I should be able to do this first and not even have to worry about it. Because maybe he can do something else. And so that's good. Or no, it's still not good, but again, you can never I don't know why I feel like this is a good move. He would take, I would take, he would take, I would still take. If he doesn't take, then this pawn could arguably be in a good spot, but it's also very hard to keep it there. That's kind of what I don't like about it. And then that could be see, this is where I just lack confidence in these positions. He could go there, and then it's sort of a little bit fruitless too. All he would have to do is bring one more attacker, which is not very difficult for him to do. And of course he's attacking this as well, but going here seems kind of dumb. I don't know, I'll just back off for now. Nothing crazy was really happening with that position. I was expecting this move, obviously. I hate what the knight is doing right now because it's not doing anything. Like, fuck. It just constantly keeps getting in the way and accomplishing absolutely nothing. So again, I had two apprehensions about this pawn. On one hand, I could have traded it in some direction, and that might have benefited me, or I could have pushed it, and that could have maybe benefited me, but I did neither. So now I have no idea what I'm doing. Like, we can attack that pawn, which could be very difficult, if not impossible now, for him to cover, because we do have the end peasant capability. But the problem is the end peasant would then allow him to then take and then therefore cover as well, which is kind of irritating. Maybe this move comes to mind. Or just take it, fine. There's so many things that are good about chess, but I hate when people glorify it and romanticize it too much. I'm always known to be objective in a lot of things that I would never, I would never be so blind like that. Okay, I gotta hurry up, though. I'm not really too threatened by this, but he does have an half-open file going this way, so that could be very devastating, maybe. Although, I don't know. I don't know what it does entirely, and I don't have really the time or the patience to really look at it. So we won one pawn, which it seemed like he still could have saved it, but he could have done like the double push, either covering it or baiting the end peasant, which would then therefore still cover it. You have enough cover on here, but I have to just question what it's even doing. Like, what is he gonna do? Sack a piece? Like, how would that help him here? But I can't afford to do that either because I should just take it. I mean, the whole theme of this game has been trade, trade, trade. So there could be something crazy like you just, I don't know. The point is the double stack could be imminent here, but the thing about it is that basically I don't know. Doesn't seem like a good move, but I don't care, dude. I can't deal with this knight right now. It's so annoying. Here, I'll go here and I'll just deal with it. He's not really doing anything crazy. Again, the rook being brought in there is going to be the predictable move, but I can't really do anything about it. Like, I would take, he would take, I couldn't take, assuming the rook is in that file. So, like, that's still fine. Like, there's nothing you can do with it. You can go there, I can take, you can take. It's fine. Like, I don't know. I don't know what I'm trying to do. Let's just take some random pawn, but I don't see the point. It'll allow him to undouble or do something that I don't want him to do. I don't get it. Like, if he gets this position, good for him. I don't know. I just don't get it. Like, oh no, I can't take the rook, but I knew that and I don't care. Like, what the fuck, man? These are the positions that piss me off because, like, nothing is happening with it. I don't get it. What are you going to do? You can't take this, you can't take this, you can't do anything. It doesn't matter. You can double stack there. I could have moved it, thereby creating a threat on that, but it doesn't matter either still. Or then I would have been in trouble because then he would take and then I can't take. That's why we're doing this. I didn't understand my own thought process there, but quite frankly, I'm just moving random stuff. This is where I end up losing too, because then you know, just because of time. But even if we get a draw, I'm okay with that scenario too. I should almost go for the other side somehow, although I don't really understand how that's going to happen. Like, take, it just doesn't, it doesn't do anything. What would that even do for him? I don't get it. He's been a trade fiend the whole time. So, hey, you drew a 1500. I might lose rating because of it too, but I can't. I just can't seem to play at this level for some reason. I'm either getting like a mental block, or these people are getting that much better, or I'm getting triggered by like basic simple things in the game. Like, shouldn't I win because of this? If I his pawns seem kind of weak there, actually. Now we have the open file. I just don't have the time necessarily to figure these positions out as much as I normally am okay with them. So his way of getting to my pawns is going to be pretty difficult. So I'd rather see him first try to deal with. Now this is good because it separates his pawn from the other one and allows me to go in there, and then it allows him to do nothing about it. So maybe that was the right thing to do. He couldn't have like blocked me as the thing. He would have had to go around the long way. So my rook is like one little step ahead of the game. He doesn't have like a great way to do this is kind of the problem for him, right? Because he's trying to get at that one. I'm generally pretty okay with this. That's a very good move because what that move allows him to do is it allows him to basically take this. And so I don't know what to do about it. I mean, even in the worst case here, you'd be looking at a scenario where, oh, he doesn't do it, though. He could eat up my pawns here, and that could turn into a big problem. But the thing is, he could go here, attack this, which, again, he's not... I don't know, man. I don't like it. Something bad's gonna happen now. I'm losing it. But he's gotta fucking worry about this still. No way, bro. No way. No way. Like, how? How do you do this, bro? It doesn't even make sense how you would do it. Okay, fine, fine. Just to make sure he doesn't take advantage of that. We have another pass pawn on the other side, too. This is where I fuck up so hard. I could still do it. It's just I'm too slow. I'm done, bro. Bring his king in for some stupid reason. Go like this. Just keep giving checks. That's all you gotta do. Just keep giving checks. I don't care. I don't care. Okay, that's a little bit problematic because he's gonna check and take. He's gonna promote his passed pawns. Like, it's just a disaster, nightmare fucking game. That's too bad, man. That's really too bad for me. I can't believe it. Like, you can't do it like this, man. You really, That's really too bad, man. I don't know what to say. Like that, I'm not ready for this level, I guess. I just can't do it. Wow. No, I think maybe I should take a break for a while and just not do this because this is just not it, man. Like, I was playing at a decent level for a while. I think I just lost the interest or something. This is the same sort of winner's burnout thing that happens whenever I hit a goal, this tends to happen. Because, like, that's not a loss, right? That's objectively a draw. We're trading pieces. There's just nothing there. Even if the analysis would maybe indicate something a little different, he's not taking advantage of it until the very end, obviously. Or like, I'm winning most of the way, but again, I can't convert the wins, and oftentimes I don't even really try to, or the leads, I mean. So even whatever this is it doesn't materialize. Like, neither of us take advantage of the advantages that we actually do have. So I'd love to see what you could learn from this because I'm kind of stunned by it a little bit. I don't get it. So that's a blunder. Again, I didn't really like the move, but why is that so bad, though? I don't know. Like, why are trades like that bad? The trade doesn't benefit him in any way. I don't know. Like, you're in a maybe good position to be able to attack, so you're giving that up, but even here, everything is fine. And again, most of the way I'm leading, so I don't understand. You're supposed to connect that, which kind of doesn't make a whole lot of sense either. Okay, that's good. You really wants you to raise that pawn, which I don't fully understand. But at what point here do we fuck up? How does this even happen? I don't get it. We're in a good spot here, and then I just don't understand. Oh, okay, you just go here and try to do it like that. But again, I'm fiending for trades, and at some point I have to learn my lesson with that. So, like, he would do this. It's still not a loss, though. That's the thing. You just got to push this earlier, I guess. I don't know. I don't like these kind of positions, but this is the whole makeup of chess. Like, what am I supposed to do about that, then? You're just always going to have to rely on the rook. The thing can't do anything. But yeah, this is what I was even saying. I have pass pawns on the other side, too, but it just didn't matter. I didn't take advantage of it. I'm too passive and stuff like that. He's just gonna let me take it. Where you're effectively trading the pass pawns, but then there's one that you can't trade off. So then here you should arguably win this, but I guess the one pawn doesn't make enough of a difference. So I'm kind of stunned by this. I don't know what to say because I keep playing very badly in a lot of these games, so I think our era of dominance there is over. There, you can see it. Like, look at the trajectory. 1344. You go all the way. This is only in what, November, but I wasn't really playing much then. So basically 1330. Here's where it starts to go. so from January 1st to February, whatever it is, like February 15th, like a month and a half of playing whatever irregular amount I do, right? You go all the way 14, 15, and then now you finally go down for like the first time. Yeah, I don't even know what to react to. Like I said, for my little thing, I just want to test out what would a reaction experience be like if I wanted to try one, because I normally mock the idea of doing it and I never like to do it. But basically, just remember, keep in mind that I'm on a mobile hotspot, so that on one hand discourages me from like watching too many videos or anything, or it also might make the performance of it worse. But maybe I should just go with like whatever's a trending hot thing and just give. But it's got to be something a little more than, I don't know, just some sort of bait throwaway thing. Like, what's something that's actually interesting here? I don't know how to really gauge this. Godzilla Part 1 million, and of course, everybody seemed to like that Godzilla -1 thing. Why is it called -1? Because it got like a 99 on Rotten Tomatoes or something, so it was so positively received. So much stuff with Trump. Again, you can tell when the media has a bias against somebody, which is a big part of the reason why he got so many more votes the second time, even why so many people like him. But again, regardless of the whatever what the reality is, that always create Dances with Wolves. Why does it look like that? I don't remember ever seeing that kind of art for it. Also known as Avatar on Earth, just like I call Avatar Dances with Wolves in space. But yeah, like this would be a legitimate form of, that almost made me think, oh, that's Anna Cramling for a second there. Obsessed with chess, by the way. But no, like I would just go through like random videos and just use like an associative process and just react to the stuff. Like, is this really the kind of stuff that people do? And I wouldn't want to really upload this with my chess stuff, but maybe I should. But no, if it's something really notable that we're reacting to, there's all these like stupid podcast OnlyFans type of things that do sort of trigger me. I don't go even out of my way to look at them, but I just always see them, or they're always suggested for some reason, even though I don't watch anything like that. And it's just like always, oh, you should feel bad for doing OnlyFans. And then the girl's like, I don't feel bad for doing OnlyFans. And then the guy's like, but you should feel bad because of religion or because of morality or because of such and such. And then they're like, okay, cool. And then the video ends. Like, it's just this back and forth where they're preconceived, and there's always this moral majority, moral arbiter thing with respect to internet comments and stuff. Everyone in YouTube comments is a god who's never done anything wrong, and they're perfect in every way. And as soon as somebody does something wrong, they jump on them and ridicule them, and oh, how could somebody possibly do such and such? So behind that veil of anonymity, not to discredit you as an ad hominem, that oh, therefore your observation is invalid, right? To be aware of it is not to be above it. However, the problem is not that you're discredited by saying that. What you're saying is valid. Somebody does have a flaw. Somebody did make a mistake. But what it lacks the awareness of is something a little deeper. If you realize that, oh, you make mistakes all the time, or you have flaws too, and you have idiosyncrasies too, then you'll realize that, oh, it's just a normal part of life. So it's not completely discrediting, disqualifying of that person. Like, oh, okay, they make mistakes, so do you, so does everybody. So it's not the end of the world instead of that. So it doesn't discredit what you're saying, it just puts it in perspective that you're weighing it maybe too heavily and taking it as an absolute. Like, everybody is perfect, and then all of a sudden one person does something wrong, and then, oh my goodness, it's the end of the world. That's basically how cancel culture sort of mindset operates. The idea that it's not that everybody's flawed and everybody says things all the time that could be potentially disqualifying if you really wanted to. It's that we live in this sort of phony pretense that, oh, everything is perfect. I really don't know. And I don't know what would even work as far as getting copyright. Like just trending top videos, gaming. Let's look at some gaming stuff. Or even just like, okay, let's rank these games. Which of these have I played? I played Valorant a little bit. I actually did play Free Fire, I think, a little bit on my phone just because it was such a top popular thing. Watching or this is just a streaming aspect. Counter-Strike 2 I did play. Kind of sad that you can't play Counter-Strike 1 anymore. Same way like with Overwatch. But no, out of these, the least I played is Free Fire. League, I played a little bit back in the day. I can't say a decent amount by the standard that people obsessively do it. It's like saying with chess, oh yeah, I played chess as a kid. Oh, so you're an IM or something? No, it's like you literally just played it like one game a week or something. It doesn't mean you played a ton of it. Street Fighter 6 I've never played. I don't know if I've even played like any of them, honestly. Call of Duty I haven't really played any of the series. Interesting that they're both on there. But this is like a remake, right? Because it's confusing. This is like when a movie does that. It'll go from like Superman 1, or like Superman 2, Superman Returns, Superman 3, all these kind of other subtitles, Son of Krypton, or something. They'll make it sound cool. And then after a while, they'll just go back and say, oh, now it's just called Superman. So it makes it sound like the original, right? Like Halloween maybe did that. It goes from Halloween to Halloween 2, 3, 4, Halloween ends, Halloween this, Halloween that. And then, oh, it's just Halloween. Like they run out of ideas, or they want to make it sound like a definitive version or something, or it's like a remake, I guess. GTA 5, which maybe my opinion on this is sort of soured a little bit with looking at the online and how much they castrated the single player, to the point where I see it on all these polls and stuff, and it's beating out Skyrim and other games. It's like the replay value really isn't there unless you consider the multiplayer, that, like, obviously online is so much loved by people, and I respect it too, but it shouldn't rely on that as much. As far as the single player experience, there's not enough like sort of fun repeatable missions. There's not enough gang wars, gang activity, vigilante missions, things like that. There needed to be a lot more mechanics in that vein. Roblox, obviously, I played in my little flex format the one time. A lot of games I'm just gonna look at and say, why does it have to be mobile though? Like, why couldn't it just be regular PUBG that's on here? I really don't get it. So what? These are both like phone Free Fire, and this are like phone focused games. Is that what YouTube gaming is all about? That everybody streams on their phone? I'm technically streaming on my phone now. Not in terms of the computer, but in terms of the internet at least. Fortnite. Obviously, I played a couple times. Wow, we don't even need to get into that, but it shows Dragonflight, but that's all encompassing, right? Like it would be probably classic WoW and this and that, or I forget. Like even Twitch doesn't really separate them, which they really should, because that's like that's the equivalent of like a sequel to a game. Playing WoW Classic is even within that would have categories too. Playing WoW Classic is not the same as playing Dragonflight. Is not the same as playing Classic Wrath or Classic BC or something else, or Season of Discovery. So, or that can get really confusing, like with chess. If you separate the categories, you're playing chess, but chess is too broad of a category. So you could say, what version of chess are you playing? Are you playing it on the chess on chess.com? Are you playing it in Chess Ultra or some other game? Are you playing variants? Are you playing the regular? Like, it's one of those categories that, like, it's just fuck it. Just call it chess and call it a day. Because with a lot of other things, that's basically what it is. You just do it like under one banner. So like, what would I rank as far as the best? Let me do like the top three and bottom three, just from my respect. WoW is definitely number one of the best games of all time. Obviously, considering its original state at least, but even whatever, throughout several expansions, very impressive. So that's number one. Then number two, I do like PUBG a lot. I do respect Fortnite. I respect Roblox, GTA 5, League. I respect a lot of these. So what would be my second one? I have to give it up to. I don't know. It's tough. It's tough. I'm not going like so much by influence or history or whatever. I'll even do this, even though I question it a little bit. And then if I had to pick one more, I'd do PUBG because I do like it. And then I guess honorable mention. So WoW, GTA 5, PUBG. Honorable mention, sort of in the middle, obviously would be League, Counter Strike, Fortnite, Roblox, all those kind of things. So we're left with at the bottom. I'll leave out Free Fire because I haven't played it enough. I'll leave out that, leave out that, leave out that. So I guess the inevitable remaining bottom spot is Valorant. Not even that I dislike it, but it felt sort of phony in a way a little bit. Just the aspect that like, let's combine Counter Strike and Overwatch, and it just does it in such a blatant sort of way that it's not even pretending to be anything else. And fucking stars would want me to watch that because I don't really remember it too well, so I guess I could, but or yeah, some of these YouTubers become so big that they get to bypass that right away, like Flight reacts or something. It's like, oh, you can't just react to full NBA game highlights and just show them, but he can because he's the equivalent of like a sportscaster or somebody who would get the rights. Like inside the NBA showing them is the same as Flight showing them, so that's how big you get. Cars versus Spiral, some kind of custom map. So yeah, I should use this as sort of a baseline though. Like if I want to react to something, So let me like pick one video to react to, but I don't know what. That's the problem. Like a short or something. Okay, so here I want to right the wrong of that last game. That was kind of disappointing, but it's good to sort of obsess over these a little bit to the extent that you can say, I want to know exactly why I lost and things like that. But it can just be annoying because I think I was like way too trade happy in there. You can always identify my blunders by like, it's when I go for a trade, either I try to offer it or I just initiate it. Like offer as in like I'll put the piece there like to try to bait the trade, and they may take it, they may not, but it's often not good because I'm just doing it for the sake of trading, or I just do the trade itself when it's also not good or not necessary. But I think most of the way it was fine, so it's kind of hard to believe how I lost this, and it's making me really, I don't know. Like, see here, I'm trying to like bait the trade of the queen, and I'm attacking with the thing, but I don't get it. Like, what is the move? What are you supposed to do? Just move the queen somewhere else so it's not pinned down to it. Like, you don't want to trade it, but you're still not losing. So at what point am I really losing by a substantial amount? I feel like I'm just not at all. But yeah, I remembered what it was that I was saying I wanted to react to, which I should do in some other capacity, but like the lane, it's some anime like about a computer chick who gets like obsessed with a computer, and it's like really old school. I don't know. It seems interesting anyway. I just haven't watched anything in like a long time, like a full series or like movies much or anything. It was a good excuse to do it if I turn it into some form of React content. So here's exactly the point, right? At least I'm identifying my negative tendency, psychology expert that I might be, is that I'm baiting a trade. You don't have to do it, but how am I supposed to know? Like, how am I supposed to know that this is worth committing to? You could say, oh, it's because it's a passed pawn, but I guess his king is far enough to where it might not play a part, but I just don't know. But again, that should have at least been a draw, if nothing else. So 1555, like we're gonna have to start beating these opponents pretty comfortably here, but it's always difficult. Okay, that I don't mind. And I like when people are as trade happy as even me, but it doesn't mean that. Yeah, go there. Make it easy for me. Fuck. Now I can already tell you these are not good moves to the extent that, but you shouldn't play into it. You should just be disciplined. What makes more sense to put there? If I put this here, it restricts the movement of the bishop. So logically, you should put this here, and he has nothing else going on either. Now you could bring the thing, and I can't take it, but it shouldn't really matter. Now if you do this, it's bad. Yeah, I hate that this is even happening because, like, nothing. I don't know. If you take, I take, you take, I still take. If I put the thing there, it doesn't work. You wouldn't do this, though, I can almost guarantee. If you take, I take, then you can't really do anything. But what this really does is it fucks up my castle in such a way that I just don't like, but if you can eat this. Oh no, you can't do it. Why am I thinking it's in a position where you could do that? So he succeeded at least in fucking up my castle. I just hate this. Like, people have been playing openings so differently and so annoyingly as soon as I've gotten to 1500. Whether they actually know what they're doing or whether they think they know what they're doing, whether they think they're Levy and they're trying to do some stupid shit like, I don't know. Like, my castle is ruined no matter what. Like, I really should go for a queenside castle or something. But then my queen can't even move here is the problem. Like, you gotta admit, this is the most random shit I've ever done, but I just don't know what to do. It just frustrates me and sort of breaks my immersion at some point. Like, I don't get it. The way that they start, like, it's not good, just to be clear, so I should punish him for that. What he's done here is not good. The problem is I don't know how to punish it or exactly why it's not good. And in a way, I don't know. Now, this is a fork, right? So all your attempts to, like, if he gets out of this, I'll be genuinely pissed. I'll be very angry because you shouldn't be able to do it. All your overextension, all your greed, all your overly aggressive nonsense at the beginning of the game gets punished because you don't know what you're doing well enough. It's even double covered too. So, like, what a disastrous move that was. within a minute against a 1550. Like, look, dude. And he's doing it all to himself. That's the thing. And I don't care about this either, because what's the worst? You're going to take my queen, but it's fine. Or you don't even have the balls to still do it. Yeah, look at the clown, dude. Look at the clown. Look at the clown. You deserve this. Just to be clear, you deserve this. Because you're a clown. Look at how you played that opening. This is not how you play the game in chess. This is like how I would have played it at a lower level. Yeah, rematch offer sent, dude. Go study the fucking game first. Like, what a clown. You do not. That's at least. See, I'm happy with that because I keep talking shit about how these people are playing openings, but they deserve to get punished. So this is the satisfaction I have to take. You have to enjoy and really punish them for this in a way that is like it's hard to explain. Like it's almost sadistic. You want to see them get clowned for their clown behavior, but oftentimes I'm not good enough or fortunate enough to actually have that happen. And then especially either it's a draw and very long-winded and annoying, or it's a loss for me, and then it feels like it validates their clown style of play. But you cannot allow them to get away with that. I almost would want to do another one, but maybe we should end on that note. Like, doesn't this make me seem like I'm a lot better than I am? But it's not, because I'll even acknowledge he just played stupidly, and so therefore he walked himself into it time and again. Like, what are these moves that he's making? That's fine, that's fine. Now you go back. You just go back. Or actually, I always thought it was this that the engine tells you to do, but whatever. So you are supposed to do that. So like, let's see where if I made a mistake. You're supposed to do this move even earlier than what I thought. This move is not bad though. This move is a little bit questionable, maybe. That's a mistake. You're supposed to raise the pawn. Like I'm never gonna be too ambitious with pawn play. Like when they're situated like this, I'm not gonna overdo it. That's just me. But you'd be setting up for potentially a fork there as well. But at least this is kind of the difference. At least if I can see the mistakes that they make, although these were kind of obvious. A lot of the time they'll make mistakes, but I'll be in too much of a hurry, or I just won't see them, right, and punish them for it. So even at the basic level, to tell me that guy's a 1550 is to insult my intelligence, because it's not. That's not what 1550 is like. These people are playing like actual gods sometimes, so you can't. He just had a rough game. He was just playing like a clown, I guess. I don't know what to tell you. You should never get in trouble or get banned for that either. Like, oh, this guy's mean and he's calling everybody a clown, but I call myself a clown too. Like, you're a royal jester, not a king, right? Like, I use that expression with Magnus. Like, when he leaves, it's only natural that the royal jesters take over when the king absconds the throne. It's like everybody fighting over trying to be like the next world champion and stuff like that. Whoever it is, they're going to be undeserving, even if whatever, they're still great players. It's just not the same as beating Magnus to get there. So what was my peak in this recent little thing? I got as high as 1519, and so now I'm 1514. I don't know, should I do another one? I probably won't, but again, that was an easy win, which I always ask for those. I practically beg for them. Sometimes just I need one like that, because not every game should be super long and frustrating. But at least we kind of stabilized. So we lost like 2 in a row, or whatever, 2 over the course of a period of time. It doesn't always show you like every single game here, but like every single day's worth of games. When did we even get to 1519? I don't even remember that. Let me actually look. 15. When was that? We got to 1513, then 19, then we lost, then we drew, then we lost, then we won. Yeah, I don't want to go on like these bad streaks, right? I should always keep it constant, even if you draw like every game. That's how it should be. If you go on a good streak, you go on a win streak. If you go on a bad streak, you go on a draw streak. That's how a good chess player should look at it. You shouldn't be like, oh, I'm going to go on a losing streak. That should just never happen. If you can tell you're not playing well or whatever, just go for a draw. Okay, so here we'll do another obligatory game, just here and there whenever I get a chance to do it, I do it. It's kind of turning into almost like, a game a day keeps the blunders away. You could say like, oh, what would it be like if you played every single day, at least one game? Not that I necessarily do that, but at least it's resembling that more. Like if you were to commit to that, like in an average of a week now, it's like 3 to 6 hours that I'm doing total between everything. The one stream I do a week on Tuesday of chess, and then every other day or whenever I have a chance, I do a couple games here and there. So it adds up a lot more than what it would normally be. And so this almost resembles, as much as I make fun of the people who like, oh yeah, these young GMs or whatever, these 7-year-old kids who are so good or something, who study all day every day and play all day every day, 5 to 10 hours a day. It's not quite to that extent, assuming that's what they actually do, and they would even admit it. There's no shame in it, but you would think that if you do that, you better be good at it. Like, imagine studying a board game all day every day or for a significant portion of your life and not being good. What would you expect? You know what I mean? That you would be bad too on top of that, and just like, you know what I mean? Like you would expect some results if you're going to commit to that. It's just that most people aren't willing or really want to do that. So, rain, snow, shine, whatever the case may be, you always just find a way to play. You're tired, you still find a way to play a game. You're in a bad mood, you're sick, you're dying, you're something personal life happened, like you commit to it that hard, which you shouldn't have to do necessarily, but that's kind of the commitment when you take it that seriously. So again, as much as I mock those people who do it that much, I'm at least closer to that than I've ever been before, because I really never, as a kid, you're talking about, oh, you play like one game a week or something, if even that, just whenever. It wasn't like a big deal, but whatever, I at least enjoyed it or something. It was almost deceptive when you say, oh yeah, I used to play when I was a kid. I don't mean I used to play like these try hard, people who are literally fucking IMs and stuff at 12 years old or something. I mean that you would play it like just a normal game, like, oh yeah, once a week here and there I might play a couple games in a row, something like that. Like, that was it. I didn't realize how insanely obsessive people are. And there's a great correlation between how much people play games versus how defensive and sort of sensitive their communities are. So you see that like with MMOs and like WoW and Path of Exile, or you see it with chess. Because people play the game so much for years and years and commit to it and study the meta and learn everything, and like they treat it like a lifestyle and it's so extreme, that doesn't necessarily mean that's a bad thing either. But what it means is that basically they're going to take it very seriously and be very sensitive about it and treat it like it's something else. So, for example, it's basically a case where, it takes on a life of its own, but they're not looking at it the way that somebody who's simply just playing the game would look at it. So we've become, in a way, the very thing I've sort of mocked, but that's kind of the point of this. So we'll just do like one game here. Again, I almost shouldn't even say that because it doesn't matter. Like, it's not even like I'm doing it on stream where somebody could potentially watch. Of the very few average viewers that I get, 3 to 5, whatever I average, it's not even that. It's not even possible that anybody would be watching now because I'm just recording it. So when you actually see it, if you see it, it would be just in a video form bundled together in like a whole week's worth of it. Because I'm not going to upload like these little, like a 10-20 minute session like this. So this is a bit of a mismatch, and as much as you might think, oh, you should be grateful for those here and there, I don't really like it anymore. Like, the whole point of being at 1500 is I want to play people who are 1500 and up. It doesn't feel fair to them to do it like this because, like, what's the point? You want it to feel a little bit meaningful. You might question that move, but the reason why I always do it is because I don't like this because, well, first of I don't know. I'm thinking about the lights for bishop in that sense. Like, I wanted to have these open, so therefore you create a black pawn structure like that. But no, I'm always okay with ceding a certain amount of control of the pawns in the center to the other opponent, even if I'm white, right? You might think, oh, it makes more sense as black because you kind of have to just go in your bunker here and do a little King's Indian shenanigans. That's what we should call it in the modern day, is just instead of castling, it's bunkering, or instead of whatever, King's Indian. But like, it's just a case where you can kind of do it. I do that even as white, that I don't take control of the center of the pawns and stuff. You could say that's a weakness, but what it really feels more like is it's just, it's almost just like a playstyle preference. So see, I almost don't want to do it, but maybe something bad will happen if I don't. Or you can unleash and cause some kind of threat. Like, it's this indecisiveness. Like, at least I'm usually decisive, like, oh, I just want to trade everything or something else. But, so, this is the kind of pawn structure that I live for because I feel pretty safe with it. But what you would almost want is to bring that back there. But now he's blocking it anyway. Like, it's very hard to figure out some of these structures where, like, if he takes it, I could take back. Here, I'll use this as like a sign, right? If he takes it with the end pawn, I'll take it with the bishop. If he doesn't, then I'll just take the knight after. Right, so this is where you're almost baiting and forcing him to end pawn, thereby leaving that diagonal open, but also thereby not really doing anything meaningful because it doesn't. And I can always just go back there anyway. But now it almost gives you incentive to try to do this because that was like a lot of work to do something very simple, right? Like I didn't want to trade, but I wanted to pin it down, and then I wanted it to go here, but then I didn't have the balls to do it, and then I wanted to trade, but then I didn't. Like it's a very indecisive sequence of moves there that probably you can guarantee is not good, that I even normally don't do. Right, I sort of just I don't know. In the end, it almost benefits. Yeah, see, I can't handle the responsibility that comes with the pawns at times, where, or with the, like, I don't care. I'm not going to use it well enough, so why does it matter? I don't care. So now you could do like this, and then I can't take, and then I'm pressured into something else for the simple fact of this stupid knight's positioning. And the reason why is because you have to. He would push, and then I would take. And so it's only a question of where do I want the thing to go. And there's too many things attacking there, so almost like the best move is this, even as stupid as that seems. The knight always has this penchant for getting in the way. So you could go there, and then I still can't take it, but I would let you take, I would take, you would take, I would take, you would take, I would still take. But that's not really where you want to be right now. That the real thing is if you just move the queen, then you're in a much better spot because you can basically just decide to take it, which is always my preference. But yeah, this whole V-shaped structure is always something that I'm very partial to. And it's not something that anyone ever really told me, or of all the advice that better players try to give in general, right, over the course of time, you have that so much where people want to live vicariously, and I get it. It comes from a good place where they want to ultimately help you and stuff like that, but it's kind of like, you know, nobody ever said that specifically, or like the bishop stagger thing where whatever, it's hard to explain, but okay, this guy's all cute and he knows what he's doing and he's being all fancy. Okay, dude. It's just awkward. Like, what I've done here is just not a good way to play. Even that wouldn't matter because what you can do is you can just... If he goes there, I can still take it. If he goes there, I can still take it. It's going to fuck up somewhere along the line, but it's still okay. It's just not good. Like, this is just not good. You would have known it's not good. I'm not patient enough, even in these scenarios, to... Look, dude, look. What do you want? Like... At some point, it's just irritating. Like, what do you want from me, dude? And that's the sad part. They're kind of like me. They're just desperately flailing to try to do something. Whatever you're doing is not even going to accomplish anything. You would take, I would take, you would take, I would still take. Like, it's meaningless. This is what you get when you try to attack. Like, it didn't accomplish anything. I don't care. It's going to be even, or maybe it's even to my advantage. So there he could take it a little bit too easily. But the point is, I don't really even care too much about the... I don't really even care too much about any of these things. I'm going to end up getting the queen trap, though, to be honest with you. I hate the position of this knight. Yes, yes, you're so clever, dude. Like, fuck off. Like, why couldn't I even still do this, even once he does that? I hate this knight right now, man. I could just preempt this, and then he can't even put it there. It's not really doing anything anyway, although it opens up the diagonal in kind of a sensitive way to my thing. So you could take, I could take, you could take, I could still take. It's not really what I even care to do, but now we could even do this. So this is questionable. At some point, I should have probably moved the king and just put the knight there. That might have been the better way to go about it. Okay, let's just focus. I mean, I won't say my commentary and stuff like that distracts me, but I just don't sometimes focus regardless. So this would allow you to basically check with the cover, which still doesn't even really matter. So you're not really trapping anything, nor am I really trying to trap anything. I'm really not trying to do anything at all, but I'm just trying to get these pieces away. So if we get this to move, then I can finally move my knight, or I could just do this. Like, this whole situation was the annoyance, like having to cover this, and I probably botched something along the way, but he didn't take advantage of it. That's the one thing you can always count on low-rated players for doing, is you can always count on them to not take advantage of your mistakes. So what did that do, though? Like, it's not that I'm not aware of his ability to do that, but what am I missing? Okay, what does it accomplish? Please explain to me, mighty 1400 rated player. What did that accomplish in any way? Maybe there's something. Maybe there's some sack tactic, crazy Levy Gotham chess tutorial video on this exact position, but that's what I love too. Like, there's all these things. Oh, if you want to avoid this, or if you want to do this to your opponent, it only requires them to play the exact moves that they would have to play to enable you to do that. It's like, it's not. Now, this almost seems good, because if you take whatever, like, it's fine. Because if you don't take, then you're kind of screwed by the fact of I mean, we're still attacking that bishop, but we couldn't take because now this covers the knight. And I'm trying to think, like, where can his knight go? And the answer is it won't be trapped, but this should be okay. But no, we're attacking that bishop. So it's almost like I should have took with the queen. That was actually kind of a dumb move. If I took with the queen, then now I'm attacking the bishop. But you could just move it then. Like, what's the big deal? But it would be kind of an awkward move that you maybe wouldn't want to make. I just want to fucking trade everything. I'll be honest with you. Every game, it's not a mystery what my style of play is about. I want to trade everything all the time. That's it. No rhyme or reason to it. Nothing. You could almost afford to do something wonky like that, but all you really have to do is just now we're attacking the thing, the light square bishop, which he totally just kind of ignored because he was relying on the fact of the queen being there. But in this scenario, it doesn't really matter. I don't know. It almost feels like they know what they're doing at points, but then they don't. Like, you know, they sometimes move with such confidence. So you cover that. That's at least a relevant, decent play to make at this stage. You could go here, just kind of reacting to his position. You could do this just to try to get the knight involved more, but I don't really see what it's doing. Like, I don't know. I have no idea what's happening. So the queen's attacking there, we're double stacked on it, doesn't really matter, we can create a thing here. We should almost try to make something happen with these. If you were like an expert GM level player, you would somehow turn this into a passed pawn, I guess. This is a very strong, elevated sort of pawn structure. The only problem with it being the simple fact that, I don't know, it's not, it kind of leaves your king a little bit exposed there, which actually, this could be the death knell move here. So you gotta watch that. If he moves this pawn, you have to do anything but take it, right? Don't take it, because then that allows him to do this. And he's instead reinforcing it, so that's okay with me. The problem is you can't even go here, because you would still... he would still have the benefit of the... You know what I almost want to move is the king, but I almost don't. I don't know. But no, the double stack doesn't make much sense. Okay, can we just... Fuck, man. I shouldn't be upset at this game because... you can end Pizan, and then he could take with the bishop. He gave me a passed pawn. Like, what are we thinking about, dude? You just... I was thinking, oh, how can I maneuver this to make it a passed pawn? Just let him do it for you. Fuck it. And at least you get an octopus knight potential positioning from that as well. You just got to watch whatever sneaky moves the bishop's going to make. The bishop's going to be the X factor here, especially because I'm so tentative and passive and just kind of letting him roam free. There's no decisive moves that I'm really making here. But no, this is a passed pawn, so if you can target any of these, it could be very good. There's gonna be something that happens here, but I just can't figure out what it's gonna be. So there's nothing check-wise that he should be able to do. This is the one that actually scares me, and it's actually worse now than maybe even what I realized, because if he does something with this, he gives the check and then it's already mate because you can't move to there. This is the problem with this area being open. Right, so any move of this pawn, even earlier when I was saying that he could have pinned the king and the queen, is very consequential because he's just not moving it to, almost to the point where I want to do this. I just don't want to let him move that and make it a little more difficult for him to do that. He missed maybe a lot of opportunity. I'm not playing very well, is kind of the point. This guy's 100 points lower. I'm just kind of sloppy. These last couple games I haven't been good. It's part of the whole winner's burnout. But if you can escape with your life in some of these... But see, look how objective I can be. Like, I'm even saying I'm not playing good, and even though I'm still hanging in there, so it's something like a high standard. I don't know. I don't know what he's doing. Just gotta take the time, calculate every move. It's okay. You want this to always have a cover to it. There's gonna be a lot of back and forth movement, I suppose. I really don't know. So he could like take there, and then if I took with the queen, then it would have been an opening for the... It would have been an opening for the queen to take the thing, but of course you can take with the knight. So I mean, look at him. He actually thought he had something there. Bro thought he actually did something. Ha. Bro thinks he's a card. Bro thinks he's good at chess. You don't realize it's an objectively innately solvable game that if you just think about it for a few seconds, everything's going to equalize no matter what rating you're at. Like, this is my problem, though. Like, I have this and I should try to do something with it, but I'll just sit here for like an hour and never figure it out. If only this was a dark square, then I could actually sit it there like forever. Okay, we can take an open file at this stage. The biggest thing I fear is arguably the... It's arguably the case of the light square bishop. So you obviously missed some things in there. I don't like playing like in a rush, but I guess each game you should look at on its own. So like I'm gonna play this game and this game only in this session, and then I won't play again till like tonight because it's Tuesday. So then I'll do the stream, which I haven't been playing too well on stream either. But it's kind of like it's you're under time pressure, but you're kind of not at the same time, to the extent that, you know, in life itself, like whenever you can find time to play, you just do it, even if it's for short periods of time. So it's kind of both short and long at the same time. We go here, we check, we're double attacking. And so he thought to bring the queen to cover, but the reason why that doesn't work, I don't think, is because of the simple fact that you're able to basically... I don't know whether this is good or not, but I mean, given the amount of time, maybe it's been... Wait, what? I was doing that just to bait the trade, so I mean... But again, look, that happens to me sometimes, like, oh, I'll just choke on time. But I don't know how I should feel about that. I think that was a pretty bad game by me. Pretty indecisive, like... If you're gonna trade, then trade. But I was, even at the beginning, I was questioning my own methodology. Like, oh, I don't want to trade the light square bishop here. And then I don't know what I did with it. So that you can't be indecisive like that, right? Because then you know it's never going to be good. If you, it's almost like a life philosophy moment. If you could do the same thing, but if you did the same thing with certainty without hesitating, it's going to be better than if you did it with hesitating. So it doesn't matter what that thing is, right? You have option A, B, or C. But you think about A, then you go to B, then you go back to A. So if you just done A in the first place, right? Or if you just done B in the first place. So it's not questioning which choice is better, but it's just saying whatever you do, you should be decisive and make up your own mind first and sort of define your own measure. So see, I was losing in the beginning, and not just because of the objective advantage that he has as white. So it's this indecisiveness where I probably go back, and it's the knight move that's terrible, right? None of this is too crazy. There must be one big blunder here that fucks me over. Yeah, like what are you trying to tell me? You go here. I thought about it too. I'll be honest. I thought about it, but then I'm like, what's gonna happen is he goes here, and then I do it, and then he pins it. But I guess it's okay that it's pinned because it's covered. Like, okay, fine. Um. So see, they kind of give it back to you. If he took, I took. He goes here, and then why do I have to make such a drastic move? Like otherwise you're trapped or other I don't fucking know. But yeah, I mean it wasn't like a mystery what was wrong with it, but it was more wow, dude. It wasn't like a mystery. What fuck me. It wasn't a mystery what was wrong with what I was doing, but it's more just like I was being too lazy. And again, these games almost encourage you. Like if you look at it in retrospect, all I do is win or draw. It's like if you get away with it and if you win, then it feels like you didn't play badly. But I played actually terribly. So maybe next time I should look at this game again. Like I almost can't process or learn from it at the time. That's a bad move. And so what ends up happening? Why is this so bad for him? I thought it was just a trade, and I was even questioning it. What? Wait, why are you doing that? What? Why is this position so bad for him? I don't even understand. Like you don't have to take it. Like what? You have an octopus knight here. He takes. I don't understand. You're not up by any meaningful amount. What are you up by? You're only up by like plus, I guess you're up by +2, but I'm never confident in those situations that I can really take advantage of it. And it's sort of half and half where some of the pawns are on black, some of the pawns are on white. So yeah, I mean, again, we can piecemeal little things like this, but you have to be very disappointed in yourself even with the win. Don't look at the wins or the losses, because anytime you're a good player in chess, right, you're going to breeze through the low rating. But which of course, even that I haven't done. But no, you have to be very self-critical with that one. That was not a good game by any standard. I let the time go down too. Like the obvious moves were, but see, this whole position was just irritating. It was maybe the hesitance with the bishop. I should have just done that from the first place. So here, I don't know. I don't know about that because even as I'm looking at it, I feel uncomfortable pinning my queen to it. But I guess it's not as bad as what it seems. Like this looks cute and all, but there's no guarantee that that's going to be good. And all you're doing here is, I would never make a move like that, I'll be honest with you, to split the pawns like that. But you're like winning by slow fire kind of moves where, or you're not even winning. It's just like you're still losing a little bit. So whatever you're doing here is not good. It's just like you want to avoid doing something bad.